Yes. Okay. It's Sin's fault though, because he's messaging me. Technically, I messaged him first. He's just responding, but it's still his fault.
I'll say this now and then I'll have Megan roll. So apparently that's how our year is gonna go with those die rolls.
How our year's gonna go?
Our D&D year for our characters. Yes.
Sorry to hear that.
Roll your die, Megan.
Ah shit, Megan's back. Gotta add them back to the dossier.
That's how your character's year is gonna go, apparently.
Not a 1.
Yeah, it's not a 1.
Depending on what your bonuses are, that's not necessarily a bad roll.
I mean, John's attack roll, that's average.
The highest it could possibly be for any of my things is 8.
What's that average?
Ba 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 ba.
I really need to figure out how to look great. Completely fucked up my line of thinking.
You know, I wanted to have a new layout for 25, so with us having our first episode next week, I had everything planned out to have everything there, and then we did this week, I'm like, so we're still doing the old one, so.
Sorry.
I mean, I'll take more games in old layout over less games in new layout. Just this one time, Megan.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Next time you say you're not playing, you're not playing.
I know this is more of a sin question, but do we know if we're doing a theory tomorrow?
I'm guessing probably not, because Christina just started her new job. And I think she's working, like, late.
10 p.m. to 2 a.m., something like that. I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
What kind of schedule is that?
She's cleaning at the airport, so she's got third shift.
It's a beautiful schedule is what it is.
I gotcha.
Depends on who you are, you know.
I used to work 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The only issue I had with it is I wanted a burger at 7 a.m.
I mean-
sold burgers at 7 a.m.
Shame.
But that doesn't sound all that bad, but I guess if you can't get one, then, yeah. I get it.
And I want a big burger after getting off of work at 7 a.m.
That's when you just gotta, like, pre-make the patties and then just reheat them when you get home.
But I usually ended up staying out till 8 o'clock because that's when the Denny's by our house opened up, and I went to Denny's for breakfast.
Brekkie time.
I'll say just get McDonald's breakfast.
I did a bunch.
Shit, that's...
On the way home, so I'm like, fuck it.
See, I have like the same... I have the same but opposite issue. Like, when I stay up late, like we've been staying up till like 6 in the morning or some dumb shit like
Yeah, I
that.
realized.
I want McDonald's breakfast at 6 in the morning, but then I want to go to sleep immediately after. So it's like, not only is it a waste of the food, but then I got this greasy, heavy-ass meal sitting on my stomach as I'm trying to sleep.
Sounds like a great way to get acid reflux.
I don't really get that. I just feel blah the next morning. I feel sluggish.
Well, lucky you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's trading in one blah for another blah.
Well, I get both.
Never mind. It's not a trade-in then. As soon as Sin gets back, we should be good to start.
He is running behind.
No worries.
Okay, he's in.
Okay.
I was gonna say, we have this anyway.
Okay, let me hit the button and let's do this. Ah, fuck, I gotta do a whole new intro thing for the new layout, don't I?
Add it to the list.
God damn it.
Animations, special effects.
You know what, so listen, so I talked to Sin about him doing the character art a certain way. And if he did the character art a certain way, I could animate it much better. So doing an intro would be less work on my part, which means that I could A, do the intro, and B, do it better than what I've done in the past. Because before it's just cutting out Sin draws shit in such dynamic poses. So like Thrain, for instance, right? If you look at Thrain's character art, which is perfect because it's actually on screen right now. If you look at Thrain's character art, he's standing forward facing, but he has his hand back and he's holding his battle axe. How do you animate that? Like, what am I going to do with it? Like, have him fucking... Like, there's not really a lot you could do with him standing that way. Like, that pose is so dynamic that, like, you can't really do much with it.
But I resubscribed. I thought, oh, it is a Prime subscription. Hang on.
And then, like, Nell, all you could see is just, like, their forearm with the shield up. So, like, animating that, unless it's just, like, a simple little thing. The poses
So you're asking him for T poses.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like T-poses or, like...
No more dynamic poses or anything like that for your character art. You're just getting T-poses.
Thank you.
Hear me out. So, but the thing is, we can move it into poses after, if things go the way that I want to do it. Because if we could do it that way, I may be able to turn Sin's 2D art into full 3D models. Which A, we could do really fun, stupid shit like having them 3D printed. But B, you'd be able to fully animate it in like full 3D space, full poses. And using shit like, there's a site called Mixamo for anybody who doesn't do any like visual arts or gaming, game creation or anything. There's a site called Mixamo. And Mixamo is an Adobe owned company that has thousands of pre-built animations, that you can import your own 3D model into, you map the character to it, and then you can do that animation. So we could do a lot more dynamic things. So like I have in my mind's eye like ideas for how we could utilize that for the characters, for things like, we talked about this a couple times like in passing, but like the most notable thing that happens during that session, creating like that scene. Like, I think that would be really cool. And it would be, like, we could do it a lot more fluidly this way versus me needing to jankify it with, like, adding in ridiculous looking extensions to the arms and shit like I do. That in, like, the, like, 2-second animations that you see of it, it doesn't really make a difference. But, like, if you study it hard enough, you'd be like, wow, that's janky as shit. Or not making Sin need to redraw everything every time, like every episode there's this scene, all right, Sin, draw that, which is unfair to him, right? So I think there's a lot to it, but we have to test the waters with it. So Sin said he'll do a simple character like that so we could test it, and if it works, then maybe we do it that way and we can get a little bit more mileage out of it too. So hi everybody, it's episode 37 of Adventures from Amethil. I know we're not supposed to be here tonight, but we are. So hi, happy 2025. A few things housekeeping wise to go over. One, not new to the players, but new to you as a viewer, is just a new animation for when you buy a Stream Loot deck, or if you redeem it. I think it'll work for that too. But for sure, when you buy a Stream Loot deck, new animation, which will be expanded upon, hopefully by next week's episode. I want to have all new animations for all card redemptions and all channel point redemptions, because I enjoy making myself do more work. Next week there will also be a new layout, which will give a lot more of the things that are here today on the screen. Like the character sheets for each character is just like baked into their character, like their player panels, so you can kind of see that all up front. But it's also going to give me a little bit more room to play with a few things, to be able to put things on screen for you to see, which will be helpful. Starting today, new to the players even, is it's a new year, so brand new Table of Fate. This time around, the way I did the Table of Fate is they are stackable. So if you get the same effect 3 times in a row, it would be stacked 3 times. They will last the session only. At the end of the session, they're cleared out. And they're all things that can be logically explained through the context of the scene, but they have a big enough implications to it that, you know, they could cause you to change the way that you approach certain scenarios.
Do you want to test the stream loots for redeeming them?
I mean, I already know it works, but
Okay. There's no one here to gift a pack to, so.
but that's your Table of Fate 2025. I'll let you guys see that. I'm not letting chat see it though.
What if I don't like it?
And just like all the iterations before, every positive has a negative counterpart.
Quick question on 3.
You can't die from it.
Okay. Because doubles at a 3 stack, that's death.
Well, no. So what I mean by the penalties double is instead of it being like a -3, it would be a -6.
Okay.
But the flip side of it is on the 18, 3 stacks of it would make you immune to the effects of exhaustion. And also, you got to think of, like, for that to happen, what are the odds that you would get, like for number 3, what are the odds that you specifically would get the same 5% chance of that roll 3 times in one session?
I think it's like, isn't it 1 in 5,000?
I don't know.
The odds of rolling 3 consecutive ones, and it's happened how many times in like the past 3 years?
Right. But the difference is these are effects that have to be played by chat too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like it exasperates the fact that like you would have to be extremely unlucky and have someone targeting you basically for that to happen.
Sounds like a challenge.
Hey, well, funny you say that. So anybody who is watching, for today, maybe next week, 'cause I don't know right now, but for temporarily, I have added a channel point reward on Twitch that you can redeem for only 150 points, which is basically a little bit more than how many points you earn from just watching for an hour. You can redeem a Table of Fate. So you redeem it, you say which player character you want to be affected by it, and then I will have them roll it. So I don't plan on keeping this one, and if I do keep anything like that, it definitely wouldn't be at only 150 points. But we can have some fun with it today. Okay, with all that out of the way, you all have 0 golden D20.
Mm-hmm.
Who would like to do recap?
I think Sin's recap was good if he's here.
I'm here. I'm gonna say it exactly like I typed it.
I like how Adam's currently huddling in the corner of his box on stream.
Okay.
We're good.
Started off in the desert, left side of Sandscale, near some dunes, and the dig site where they're trying to go back into the underground temple. Looting the bodies, and Roderick, laying in the sand, gets up and angrily walks back to the obsidian boot. Desmond grabs one of the helmets of the Dragon Guard, follows him, and after looting, Nell and Thrain follow them. Roderick goes back to the boot. The rest of the party ended up going to the barracks and explaining what happened to them, that they were ambushed, led out by one of the Dragon Guards, gives a description of the one that set them up, the one that was hired to send the Eclipsean Order that way. After talking for a little bit, Nell gives the info that we got on the water treatment stuff too, and we were ordered to stay out of it this time. So everyone goes back to the Obsidian Boot to get a rest, except for Nell, which goes and investigates the campsite of the bounty hunters and finds some journals and ledgers and stuff. The rest of the party rests for a little bit, wakes up and starts doing downtime. Thrain finally attunes to his weapon, which gives him a few bonuses and negatives. They end up going to the dig site after everyone gets up, and they're about to start continuing digging there while Thrain stays behind. Or not Thrain, Desmond stays behind doing his research. He fucked up and burnt off half of the pages from his tome, and I don't remember the cliffhanger. I feel like something happened at that moment.
Something
Besides
happened
that,
to Desmond specifically?
that's literally that was all that was like really going through my mind at the moment. So
So at the end, after Desmond destroys a good chunk of his research, he gets to the point where he's meditating to calm himself down.
Mhm.
And in the meditation, he sees this ship sailing through the sky, breaching through the clouds, and from the ship out steps the general of his father's army.
Yeah, that.
All right. And that's where we're going to pick it up at. So let's first make sure everyone has Sirenscape.
Nothing's playing right now, right?
Nothing is playing right now, correct. Wanted to make sure everyone had it open before I did that.
Means there's special music he's playing that's at a Brindletown.
No, it's not special music. Could be, but it's not. But it's not Brindletown either, so you were half correct.
Was the Sandscale theme you've been playing?
Yeah. Yep.
Good close.
What's that?
I think he's talking to one of his kids. He's looking down to the side.
Okay.
Do you get inspiration or a fate point at the start, Cliff? Just
No.
like everybody else? No? Okay.
Nope, I don't get them until you spend them.
Okay.
Or you fail.
Do we give them to you?
Yep.
Are we already at 37?
Yep.
We should be at 38. Last week was 37. It's my most recent video watched.
You sure you... What?
YouTube.
Yeah.
Did you
37.
rename them incorrectly, or did what?
Let's see.
Live. 37 streamed 6 days ago.
That don't seem right.
It's counting back. I'm 29, 27, 26.
That don't seem right. Episode 38. Okay.
Time flies when you're having fun.
What I'll do is I'll just splice that in. Edit the video, cut this piece out, move it over to there. No one will ever know. The magic of television. I'm not gonna do that. I'm way too lazy. Okay. Desmond. As you're meditating, you see this image in your mind of this ship flying through the sky, breaking through the clouds. And you see stepping from that ship, your father's general. And you're like looking almost up at this ship that's in the sky, but you can clearly make them out. And like from the vision that you're having right now, as you're sort of looking around, you're in this sparse, empty area. Give me a history roll, please. You appear to be somewhere in the astral sea, but you don't know exactly where this is at. And you hear your father's, the general of your father's army, General Evershade, and his voice sort of growling and booming in your mind, saying, "Do you have a status report?"
The world is corrupt, unsimilar to how ours is. Currently working on bringing it to a stable place before considering bringing the family here.
We knew going into this that the material plane is unclean. Do what you can. We've been receiving updates from your sister. She mentioned a bloodline.
Correct. Is there any updates on that? There may be traitors or sleepers.
The archivists say that family name was stricken from the records.
For what reason?
We don't know. When we get more information, we will pass it along.
I'm keeping them close. If it jeopardizes the mission at all, provide the information with post haste, if you will.
We've also been monitoring you. Something's off with you.
I seem to have, from what I've been told at least, become partially undead due to unknown circumstances. If I am unable to ascertain the meaning or the cause within a month, I believe it might be best for me to return home until I can cure myself.
Ava has already ascertained the source of your corruption. It's the wand you are using. Its origins are from here, but its essence has been corrupted. Start there, figure out what's wrong with it.
Is its use going to bring ill will on our beliefs?
At first, we had worried you had started your decline. But we do not feel this is leading towards that. This is something different. Something of the material plane's creation.
If it's something that I am able to research and find the origin of myself, then it will be done. Is there any reports on the status of home? At Dusk Hollow specifically, is there more that are declining at a faster pace, or is it being maintained now?
For now, your liege, I suggest you worry your mind on the current task. Try not to think about the specifics. My fleet is currently scouting other potential locations in case that one falls through. But the plan still remains. Amethil seems like the best shot given the current situations at hand. And you see him sort of just like grab onto like the rail of the decking and just sort of hangs his head. We will survive as we always have.
These past few years have been difficult, and I applaud you for your devotion, General. I must ask, though, since it directly relates to the future of the Shadowfell, the Shatter Kai, and myself personally, of any of the royal houses succumb.
One of them has. Your father has isolated them in a securement vault with hopes of reversing it. But so far there's been no progress.
Oh. I'll try to double my efforts here. Any signs of progress or any hope or just a sliver of information that what I think I can do here will work out in the end, and I'll send the information so we can start preparing.
We will continue monitoring through Ava as well.
You have free reign. I have not done anything to hinder that.
You're doing well, young lord.
Just need to do it a little bit faster. And Desmond will like claw his hand and like dig his hand into his chest in a salute.
He does it back and he gives you a nod, and as he does, you open your eyes. And you're still sitting there looking at this pile of mush that was once the papers inside of your notebook.
Desmond like rubs his hand up his face and like slams his fist into the backboard of the bed, gets up and dusts himself off and starts working on this again.
All right, and just a little meta here. What did we say? We decided we were gonna save half of the notebook at the end of last session.
Mm-hmm.
And I reached out to Sin afterwards and said, "Here's what we'll do with it. If you can explain to me how Desmond can attempt to salvage the schlop of paper, then I will allow him to do 5 rolls, and they will be 5 rolls, no re-rolls, no d20s, no inspirations, no nothing. And out of those 5, whichever ones he hits a 15 on, we'll add that back to it. Anything that he doesn't hit a 15 on will be lost forever. So there's still a possibility that he loses 5 forever, but there is a possibility of him being able to redeem it.
Are they straight rolls or skilled rolls?
Skilled rolls. So, like, I already know that he's going to figure out a way to do it with the Omni tools because, like, he'd be dumb not to. But if he wants to surprise me and be like, I'm going to use athletics, I'm going to let him do it. I just want to hear how that works.
Do a backflip over these and then Oh no, it'd be acrobatics.
I do my best magic when I'm in the air.
All right. Do you want those rolls now or later?
Now.
Okay. First off is going to be Arcana.
Do they all have to be different?
I guess they don't have to be, but yeah, let's make them all different. That makes it more fun now.
Say, like in the spirit of doing these things, that's how it usually works.
Sure, I like it. I wasn't thinking that far ahead, but you are correct.
All right, yeah, Arcana. He's going to try to channel his detect magic and separate what is completely like potion and goop to what's the actual material that got turned into slog.
And as you're trying to do that, like, with it been sitting in this paper, it's starting to absorb it, and like, there's not really a clear delineation between what's potion and what's paper at this point. It's kind of just a soggy soup of goo.
All right. Relying less on magic now and more going in and looking himself. He's gonna start using investigation to pull each of them apart.
Okay.
Ugh.
All right. You don't gotta do that. You don't gotta do that. Stop. We don't need to get on this road again, Sid.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Back with this notebook, double ones.
Yeah, so like even as you start pulling the pieces apart, like it's getting to the point where the concoction is breaking it down to the point where like you don't even really clearly know page from page what's what. When you pull a piece out, it's just sort of a dripping mess of pulp.
All right. Well, now let's go with the Omni tools that start getting some kind of success going.
Okay.
And he is going to try to make a nullifying potion to stop the decomposition and maybe get rid of the lingering potion effect.
Okay. All right. So with your quick wit on that, you start putting together a few chemicals and vials and mixing it together, and kind of stop for just a bated breath for one moment as you like pour this liquid on top of this with the hopes of neutralizing it. And to your surprise, as you do, you see it sort of wash some of the color away from the paper, the color of the previous potion that was spilt on it. And it sort of just looks like wet paper that's there right now. But you're now that everything is cleaned off and washed away, you're starting to get a better idea of what's what.
All right. Next one is going to be perception. Going to see if he can find any remaining marks that may give him clues on which page is which and what's what.
Okay. That's 17. That's 17 taunted you. It was like 17? No, 3. Yeah, so like you're getting the idea that like restoring the physical of this is not really going to be that easy. So you may be better off trying to tap into your memories and think of as much as you can remember from what was in there from the research, trying to duplicate what you had versus trying to save what was there.
Yep. And that takes me to what I was going to try next is history. Pretty much exactly how you said it.
Perfect.
Oh, using my fucking ability on that one. Tapping into his flashy genius, which calls upon the memories of his ancestors, but in this specific moment, he's calling upon the memories of himself.
I am my own ancestor. Go. And what can you add to that?
A 3.
Plus 3?
Yeah.
So 15 exactly? Okay. Then you can add 2 more back to that. So while you're not quite where you were prior to this incident happening, you're starting to remember what you had before, and you sort of go to a blank page and start almost like writing an outline. Instead of putting all the details for everything that you had before, you're just writing quick little notes of everything that you can remember that you can flesh out later.
And then, for the moment, that's what he's going to be doing for the entirety of today, until someone bothers him.
Okay.
No, I know we said it was, what is it? 3 downtime events for after spending a full day on it. And did he only use 1 for that gloop that he initially did? Made the gloop with only 1 of those? Okay. Just curious on that.
Yeah, that was his first attempt.
That was a good job. I'll say for the sake of story that I don't think that Desmond gets really much more with that today.
I think this is his other 2 attempts right there. He already said a full day, so. I mean, unless.
Was this the start of the day when that happened?
Yeah, because we just went out to the mines, and we bounced back to Desmond.
It wasn't the start of the day because this is after we had already done all of our stuff, wasn't
Yeah,
it? We
start
hadn't
of
gone
the
bed.
day was like waking up, then going to the ambush.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the end of the day.
Well, no, because we woke up, we went to the ambush, we came back, we went to bed.
You took a short rest.
We did a short rest though.
It was not a long rest when we went back to bed after the ambush. Hence the levels of exhaustion and all that Nell's still dealing with.
But no, we did take a long rest because your level of exhaustion went down 1.
Yeah.
You were at 3 and John was at 2.
Yeah, this is the start of the day.
And because I finished a tuning after the short rest, went to bed, woke up fucking hungry.
Yep.
Right. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
So Desmond's day is just fucking ruined, huh?
Yes.
Like mentally, there's no recovering from that. All right. What's everybody else doing?
We're waiting on the assistance from the...
Oh yeah, you guys went to the mines. You and Nell were manually digging, and Roderick. Oh yeah, Roderick started digging and was taunting Thrain.
And out-dug him because he's getting real tired for some reason.
Okay, yeah. So after about 20 or so minutes of you guys being there, you see off in the distance this group of people that are heading in your direction from the main path, like the northern path that would lead to the city. And you see that they are dragging behind them this large work of machinery that they have on almost like a tow plow. They have this giant machine, and there are 5 men in the front pulling this thing towards you guys. And as they start getting closer, you see the Dragon Guard that are there get up, and then they walk over and begin helping. And you're just hearing them sort of barking out the orders of how to get this thing working. Will the 3 of you please give me perception rolls?
Right, exhausted.
Oh, it almost. It danced on that 20.
So, Roderick, you see this large contraption of metal and wood and all these gizmos. Thrain, you could see. I'm sorry, Nell, you could see the craftsmanship of this looks almost to be gnomish. Because you start seeing that there's like large cogs and gears and things that are all fastening together with this. Thrain, you've seen something like this before in your past, but not to this scale. This is essentially a gnomish excavator that you are seeing. This machine is it's hand operated by a set of manual tools, but it is essentially a giant bucket claw. And as they get it off of this cart and they move it into place, you see one of the men that brought it hop behind it, and he starts moving along with some of the gears inside of it, and you see this thing kind of shifting around and moving unnaturally, and it begins to scoop the sand out bucketful at a time as it scoops up and then spins over, and then he drops it off. And you're seeing them clear out probably like 5 cubic meters. No, I'd say probably about 3 cubic meters of sand per scoop.
That's a lot.
Yep.
That'll
That's
certainly
a lot.
speed the process, and I feel like we're just going to be in the way now.
Oh, I got you guys out of the way as soon as I saw what it was. And we're moving out of the way. I'd rather not die.
I don't think they would have operated it immediately with us in the hole, but yeah.
Good point, but still.
Thrain's kind of tiny. They might not have seen them.
Oh
no! Yeah. So you all stand back and watch as this thing, in a matter of minutes, clears out as much progress as you all have made on this in like 5 days that you have been digging at this.
I'm just gonna stand back and admire the scale of it.
Yeah, and the guard that you all were speaking to in the beginning, he kind of walks up and he goes, "That's why I told you not to bother doing it."
I thought maybe just some casters coming out here. This is on another level.
I will never pretend to be as intelligent as people who make things like this.
I've only seen. I mean, have I seen this like just once before? Or...
So in like the mines back home, they had these set up, and they were typically used as like deep mines, but they were smaller, and like they would essentially clear out one area, and then they would have to be like broken down and then rebuilt into the next area. So like the scale of this being 2-3 times what you're used to seeing, and the fact that it's fully assembled and they were bringing it with them is something different than you've ever really seen.
I've only seen this a handful of times, and nothing to the scale. Nothing that can be moved, fully assembled. And you're just looking up at it and just amazement.
Yeah. Nell's just gonna stand and watch it for a bit before eventually turning to Thrain and be like, "There is something I need to talk to you about."
Should we head back to town then? Let them handle this?
Yes.
It's good to me.
We start walking.
Yeah.
Nell heaves a heavy sigh and turns to Thrain. So I was reading through the journal that was found at the bandit camp. It appears that they were in Numpton somewhat recently. About 5 entries ago in this journal. And I just want you to check in on your family because they talk about slaying 5 people that were miners and farmers.
Okay. Where did I put that? Other stuff. Nothing about this. Just
Okay.
gotta find.
This is a potentially very serious Thrain conversation, and you're just out there.
Well, no, it's about this. It's just
Okay.
where I had to go to Cliff's and I's DMs to find what I
Got it.
had said about the background. And so we just continue walking back into town. He gets real serious and quiet after that.
Nell's just going to be mindful of, making sure that he's okay.
All right. I mean, for the most part throughout this day, I mean, it's fairly uneventful outside of that. Is there anything in particular that you all plan on doing today?
Getting back, I'll go into the boot and head up to his room for some privacy. I think. Sorry, I gotta pick words carefully, so whatever you guys else are doing, while I pick these words.
Nell, Roderick?
Sorry, you sent me a lot of messages, and I'm dealing with that right now.
Roderick's just if everyone's kind of doing their own thing, then he's just gonna be in his room. He's gonna put the blindfold on and start getting a feel for moving around with the blindfold on, running into things, and
Okay.
trying to get used to having it on and seeing, basically if there's an attunement that's necessary, this is going to be his attempt to attune.
Yeah, so there is an attunement, and this one's attunement is kind of unique in the sense that you really have to just experience life with it on. So for all intents and purposes, as we discussed before, as soon as you put this blindfold on, you are blind. You have the blind condition. You have disadvantage on anything that you would be doing that relies on sight. And to get the feel of it, to actually understand the world around you and what is true and real, you have to do things that you know and do things that you kind of get how they operate visually while blinded to understand like how to separate one thing from another. So for like the purposes of this, if you were to do something like attempt to craft, you want to do things like that while wearing it, which you're going to be doing it at disadvantage because you are blind. But that's how you're going to get a feel for doing things while blind, is to just do them.
Okay. So yeah, he thinks back to a time he had to escape a bad situation in like an underground tunnel with absolutely no lights to navigate, no map, never been there before, and how he had to learn in darkness for a number of days how to navigate through this without his sight. And he's going to start basically just kind of mapping his room by tapping on things and bumping into things and trying to remember where that thing was. So when he comes back around the next time, he can avoid it and stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah, so you start doing that, and I mean, you're tripping over everything. You know the table's over here, and you start moving over here, but somehow trip over the table because you still, you misguessed on the depth of it and how many steps it was, and yeah, it's just a super frustrating, aggravating experience that you're going through right now.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're doing this, you are noticing, like, after only, 5-10 minutes of it like this, you're starting to notice, like, you're picking up on the sounds of things a little bit more. Like, as you're sort of standing in the middle of your room, when you're not doing anything, you notice that you're able to hear a little bit of the commotion that's going on in, like, the bar area, which you never really noticed from where your, penthouse suite is, that you were able to hear before. But now that you're doing that, you're starting to pick up on things, maybe not being able to make out words or anything, but like you didn't even hear any of that before, that now you're starting to. And as you continue throughout the day, you start noticing things like that as well.
And he may at some point go request some company for the evening to help with his training.
So the question
This
is,
makes
are you...
the next thing even funnier, as I was going to say at some point Nell's going to knock on the door.
Does Roderick go attempt to find company while still blindfolded?
Yes, like as he was going through by himself and getting frustrated, he would like reach for the blindfold, like he's gonna take this stupid thing off, but then like almost hearing it in his coin friend's voice is like, "What's the alternative?" And he's like, and then he like leaves it on, and then yeah, instead of taking it off, he's going to like start feeling his way down the hall and down the stairs.
Sure. For funsies, go ahead and give me a, I guess, investigation or perception. I guess your call, but at disadvantage.
Alright. We'll try perception.
Okay. So you start like feeling your way around the room, and you manage to navigate to where the door is, and you get the door open, and you have to stop and think for a second, like, all right, I go right from here, and you're like trying to recall like how far you have to walk to get to the stairs, and similar to your experience in the bedroom where you thought the table was here and it wasn't, you underestimate how much room there is between your door and the stair, and you go to press your left foot down on what you think is going to be the hallway, and you find nothing underneath that step. Give me a dex save, please.
Fucking moving stairs.
Hey, okay.
Hey.
And quick as you can with it, you immediately like reach your hands out and you feel the railing on the wall, and like as you fall, you grab yourself and sort of swing over, and like your heart's racing, you're clutching the rail with both hands at this point, but both feet are firmly planted on the stairs as you continue to almost like infant step your way down the stairs, like one step at a time. And then you can head off and start looking for company. What was Nell doing in the interim of this?
I don't know. Maybe they would have gone to, like, check on the progress of that plate mail that they had ordered. Maybe they would have been... I guess I'll do a downtime activity?
Sure.
I'm gonna try to make a thing. So
Things are nice to make.
They sure are. Had to get to the right section.
What kind of thing are you trying to make?
I'm just gonna go another greater healing potion.
Okay. So greater healing, you need a 15. And 10 of your crafting materials. Hey. So even in your current exhausted state, almost as a way to sort of clear your head, you just sit down and start looking at some of the ingredients that you had on your person, and you realize that if you were to take a few of the ingredients you have and mix them together, that you could make yourself a greater healing potion. So that's what you do. So you spend a little while to start mixing things together and distilling the liquid, and by the time you get done with it, you have the start to a potion.
So it takes me more than one now to do that?
For greater, yes.
Last downtime I made a greater healing potion. No problem. In one go.
It shouldn't have been. With crafting in general, because you're doing uncommons, it's 2. Common.
just
Well, then I guess I have one now.
Yeah. Yeah, if you click on the crafting note, I have it kind of laid out on there, but for regular potions, it should be just 1. Greater healing should be 2. If you do superior, it would be 4. And
okay,
so on
so
and
does
so
that
forth.
mean it wasn't an additional 10 crafting components? Or does it take 20 crafting components total?
No. It takes 10 to do it.
So I don't have to take them away this time because I took the 10 last time. Got it.
What do you mean? If you made it last time and you're creating a new one today, starting a new one, it would be 10 additional.
They were
Okay.
finishing the last. They only made a partial one last time, so they're finishing up that partial one.
Because I didn't realize that it was only a partial I had made. I had just put it in.
Oh. I mean,
Yeah.
sure. However you want to
Yeah.
do that. That works.
I was just making sure I was doing it right for removal of components since, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Give me 1 sec.
No.
Sounds like Taco Bell's here. Maybe not. You good today, son?
Yeah.
Making sure. Your camera's been covered the whole time, so I'm making sure.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Is the music double playing again?
For you? It's fine for me.
Why does it always do this to me? God, the amount of times I have to close and reopen Sirenscape is ridiculous.
Yeah, for once, mine isn't.
I'm still not used to how to put these fucking things in, so I feel all awkward doing it. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so you spend an hour or so distilling, brewing, mixing a concoction that successfully does turn out to be what you hoped it to be, a greater healing potion. Did you add that to your inventory already?
Yes.
Cool.
Or rather, I didn't add a second one. Because I had boo-booed.
Nope, no worries. All right. And Thrain, besides the initial thing, was there anything that you plan on doing?
Let's see. Now I gotta think of a downtime activity, because my focus for the last how long has been the wand. After that happens, I'll end up going down and having a drink at the bar. Just relax for the day.
As you're at the bar, you having a couple drinks. You look over to your left, and you see Roderick feeling his way down the stairs, blindfolded, walking through the lobby like this. You see him find the desk of the lobby, and he runs his hand across it, and then he just stops somewhere near the middle, and you see him lean forward, and he's talking, and the person he's talking to is 4 feet to his left, but he's looking straight ahead.
I'm just gonna sit there and watch, and I'm gonna not say anything now. It might come up later.
Yeah, so you see him talking, and you see him exchange some coin, and then you see him turn around and start walking back through the lobby trying to find the stairs.
Now, for reference, Cliff, does the different denominations of the coin have different feelings, different shapes, or whatever?
I mean, I'm sure it would, yeah. That's
Okay.
funny, though. I like that you bring that up. So...
Hang on. I'm gonna see how well I'm paying attention here. How much, if I can tell from here, Roger Cannover?
That'd be a damn good perception roll. Let's see. John. The price is normally I think 5 gold is what it was. I don't assume Roderick, does he keep coins separated, or does he just have one pouch with all the coins in it?
One pouch with all the coins in it.
That's what I would assume too. Do you have all 4 of the denominations in your coin pouch?
Yeah.
Give me a D8. 1 and 2 being copper, 3, 4 silver. Okay. So you pull out 5 silver and you place it on the desk. And the guy's like, okay. You're gonna need A little bit more than that.
All right. How much I got so far?
Like 5 silver.
Ah. he
I
is
hope this guy isn't trying to scam him.
he is going to take one of the silver. Now that he knows what it is, he is going to like thump it a few times. You know, he goes ding, ding, ding.
During this, I'm gonna get up and walk to the edge of the bar threshold with my drink and just stand there and watch and listen. Lean against the wall and watch and listen while
Hey,
while
Cliff.
drinking.
Cliff, you don't want to give John inspiration for that one?
If I had inspiration right now, I would use it against him.
Hater.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, he's gonna like tap on it. He's gonna bite on it. Like he is trying to get a feel for like the shape of it, the feel of it, and everything. And then he's gonna pull out another coin, and he says, "All right, what is this?"
D8.
Oh, that just went all over the board and not where I needed it to go. There we go.
A copper.
All right, he's gonna do the same thing. See if he can notice a difference between the two.
The guy's like, listen, man, I'm not accepting copper.
Oh no, it's part of my trading. I have to be able to identify what's what.
This guy's just watching amusingly.
So after he thinks he has a good feel for what a copper and a silver feels like, he then reaches in and looks for, something that he thinks might be a gold.
Sure, give me a D4. You pull out a platinum.
He's like, does the same little routine, like trying to feel it. Like, okay, I don't think it's the previous two. It has a better weight. All right, which one is this?
That's a plat.
Ha! I think I got it this time then.
He's
Takes
like,
the other
I
two.
can give you 5 gold back if you want.
No, I think I got this.
You're just wasting this poor man's time.
I mean, what else you got to do?
This is his VIP right here. He reaches in and he's like feeling each one. Like, no, that was not that one. Okay, wait. I think I got it. Then he like counts out what he thinks is 5 gold.
Whether it is or not, the guy's like, and he like scrapes the coin off the counter. He's like, I'll send him up.
Haha, thank you, my good man.
Then promptly walks straight to the fucking wall.
Thank you, my good man. I
Other
meant to
way.
do that.
Yeah.
Oh, good lord.
No,
And
yeah.
keep watching.
Oops, grab a barmaid's boobies. Oops. Just kidding.
You're kidding once you've seen that 6. That'd have been a 20. You'd have been like, what happened? Tell me. Yeah, Thrain, so you watch as he fumbles around for a little bit, eventually finding his way to the stairs and begins to ascend.
Noted. Go back and sit down.
All right, Nell, so after an hour of doing this and finishing up on your potion, what do you do?
Gonna check on the gully fern and eat random berries to figure out what the fuck they do.
All right. I need 5 rolls from that into the dice tower, please.
That has yet to work.
So just roll it 5 times. Oh wait, I see. Unless he hasn't changed it.
I'm trying to find the thing again.
Wow, do you not have that one saved?
I keep forgetting to.
Boom.
Thank you. Now that's there. Because if I remember correctly, it just says 5x gully fern berries.
Yeah,
that I got at least.
there's a way I need to
Yeah.
do that. I'll fix it.
It's
Whatever.
just rolling a D1. I think that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
problem.
Don't worry about it. I got it. All right. I can't give you access to the other one without you knowing what
Too
it
much?
does. So that's why I have to do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think I have a note of which ones you already have.
I have a note that Nell's been working on in their journal of what they look like and the ones that end up being eaten, what they do.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna pull that up real quick. And none of these you have ever seen before. You see 2 berries that have a dark grayish purple color to them with a matte finish. One is a bright orange with like faint glowing veins. One is a bronze one and like it has like a rough texture to it. And then I think this is the second time you've seen this one, but you've never done anything with it. But there's one that's like a pitch black one with a matte finish.
Nope, I've not seen that one.
Okay.
Let's do the glowing orange veins one.
Sure. Um. I need to organize this better. Because there's like not a good way to search in Fantasy Grounds.
Mm-hmm.
So I end up just copying it all and putting it into like Notepad. Okay. So as you pop that one in your mouth, it has almost a like a cinnamon undertone to it, and as you first swallow it, you start feeling like heat on your tongue, and you could feel this berry, like you could feel that sort of subtle burn going all the way down your esophagus, and then all of a sudden your entire body begins to feel warm. As you have resistance to fire for the next hour.
And what was that one's description again? Sorry, I didn't type it. That's one that I actually have seen before but didn't eat last time.
Okay.
And then I guess the black one, why not? We'll fucking chance death.
Cliff, did I get a response when I sent that?
So as you pop that one in your mouth and you start chewing on it, it almost has no flavor whatsoever. It's basically like the equivalent of water. And as you swallow it and you're waiting, immediately you don't notice anything. Give me a perception roll real quick, please. Yeah, so you swallow it, you're waiting, you don't feel any different, you don't notice anything, so you start like kind of searching to see if you notice anything, and as you look down at yourself, you notice that you have gone completely invisible.
Oh, neat.
Mechanically, you are invisible for 10 minutes.
Lovely.
Side note, Cliff. Do I get a fate point for the perception for noticing the machine?
Yeah. Why not?
I'm not gonna say one for watching Roderick. That was enough fate as it was.
That was its own reward.
Uh-huh. And then Brain will start drinking a normal amount until he usually feels a buzz. But I'm gonna go like that for that instead.
Oh no!
Yeah. And then, where did that go? Of all things. Mhm.
All right. So now, hour of crafting, another hour or so of tending to the fern. What else are you doing?
I don't know. Sorry, I'm not feeling my best. I'm trying, man. This is probably like early afternoon at this point.
Yeah.
Nell's just gonna go start doing some training. After waiting for their invisibility to turn off, they're gonna go to leave and just find a place to do some working out and following the motions for techniques and stuff.
Yeah, so as soon as you notice yourself in the mirror again, you head out. Still with that warm feeling kind of all over your body. To the point that, like, if you went out into the sun right now, like, you notice it feels, like, decidingly more comfortable than it did earlier this morning when you were out in it.
Not bad at all.
I'm gonna. Hearing that's midday, I'm gonna end up. Thrain's gonna cash out at the bar and head over to the tavern side of things and start eating.
Okay. Yeah, you head over there. Finishing up your normal amount that you would drink. Still not really feeling completely fulfilled with it. Like you walk out into the open, like you're gonna head towards the stairs. You're like, meander your way over to the restaurant side.
Little more drunk than usual.
And as you're ordering, you would see Nell coming down the stairs and heading out.
If Nell spots him, then they're going to walk over. Just be like, hey, just want to check in. Any word yet from your family?
I'd rather not talk about it. No one. Not my father or my sister.
Nell puts a hand on his shoulder, gives it a squeeze, and goes, all right. Well, I'll be out training if you want to spar to get some aggression out. Then continues outside.
It'll just be. He'll order a normal amount, and then after you finish that, he'll just keep reordering a normal amount until he ends up being full.
Okay. I will say, make sure you're subtracting this from your coinage.
How much are we?
You're talking about like probably for what it would normally be like a silver to 3 silver a meal, depending on what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, times 6. So
A gold meal?
Yeah, you're going through a gold or 2 a day, probably. At
A
this
day
rate.
or a meal?
Well, I mean, a meal.
Okay. So. Fantasy Grounds needs a way to just decrease amounts by 1.
If you hold control, hover over it, and then scroll wheel down.
Okay, cool.
All right. As now you're headed out. Broderick, you're headed in. Thrain, you're at the restaurant. Desmond, is you're in your room trying to like write down everything that you could think of. You hear a knock at your door.
Yes, just come in.
The door like opens a little bit, and you see this young elf pop his head in, and he's like, "Are you?" And he like pulls out a piece of paper. He's like, "Desmond Dusk."
That I am. What do you need?
It says here that you have an order of mithril. Did you order mithril?
Yes. Is it arrived?
It has arrived, and this says you paid in full.
That I did. Did you deliver it, or am I going to need to go and grab it myself?
You'd have to go grab it yourself. It needs to be signed out. After what happened last time, we don't do deliveries anymore.
Okay. And he's like standing up out of his seat, still writing as he's standing, and stepping away, then finally puts down his pen and walks over. All right, I'll be there right away. And walks past the kid, puts a gold in his hand, and keeps walking.
Okay. And you see the kid kind of like head off like further into the boot.
Desmond will throw on his coat and go out.
Okay. Yeah. So, as you head out, you would see Thrain in the restaurant area with like a plate in front of him, a couple empty plates on the table stacked up.
Desmond's gonna walk past. No mask, no armor, no bag. He has like his black, tight-fitting shirt on with his white coat above it, just unbuttoned. And he like walks past, does a double take, looks at Thrain. Easy on the rations.
I don't get it. I'm not getting full when I should be.
Have you ever heard of a goodberry?
No.
Look into it. That's what I like step out of the boat.
Cliff. Meta.
Legit just
How would
thought
that
of that.
work?
Yeah, I legit just thought of that at the moment. That might be a good solution for you.
Hang on a second.
I mean, a good berry, all it does is heal you, isn't it?
No.
No.
It provides nourishment for one day.
You eat 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it would boil down to, is you would need 6 of them to feel fulfilled.
Oh my god. I think that's an actual spell to produce them, right?
I think the level 1 you get 10.
Yeah.
It's a druid thing.
Uh-huh. I'd say I can't make it right now.
That would explain why Thrain doesn't know what it is.
Uh-huh.
Maybe ask around in town.
After he eats, he'll get up and go out around and ask about it at the potion shop where you get his potions.
Okay. Yeah, so you finish up your meal there. Desmond, you head out back to the Golden Anvil. That same 7-foot tall, Golden Dragonborn is there. And he like stops what he's doing. He looks at you for a second. And he's like, Mithril.
Yes. I got word that it arrived.
That it did. Not great with names, but I remember what people order.
Desmond will like go up to a desk or wherever has like where we did business last time and just wait there for him.
Yeah. He comes out with a small hand cart. And he's like, he like wheels it next to you and sets it down. He's like, there's your raw mithril.
Slightly larger than expected.
Once
Would
you
it be
refine it,
fine?
it's a little bit more manageable, but in its raw form, as requested.
Would it be fine if I pay you to house it here for the day and I could come back tomorrow and work on refining it?
He chuckles. He's like, there's no cost for it.
Okay, I will still sign for it. If that's fine now.
Sign for it when you pick it up. I don't want the logbooks getting mixed up.
Alright, I will see you tomorrow then.
You hear him sigh a little bit as he walks and grabs the card and wheels it back.
Desmond turns and walks out. Goes back.
Is there any place in particular that Nell would be like going to do their workout training, etc., etc.?
Um, considering how things have been tense with the High Blade and everything, they wouldn't be going to the barracks, so I guess they're gonna go to that room in the temple that nobody goes in.
Okay. In that case, okay, then yeah. So, Desmond, you would head back. On the way back up at like the corner of where the temple is, Thrain would be heading your way towards the apothecary as you'd be heading back.
Yeah, if I pass by Thrain, like as I'm walking past him, I'm gonna like turn on my heel and just start walking with him.
What are you out and about doing?
My order of mithril arrived today, but I don't want to carry that around in town, so they're housing it at the blacksmith so I can go and work on it tomorrow.
Mithril. What did you get mithril for?
What I have right now is large and chunky. It's really getting in the way of things. So I was doing a little bit of research, heard mithril was lighter, more form-fitting, easier to move around in. So now that we were going to be at a major city for a extended period of time, I thought it would be worth it to order some.
Mithril a pain to work with.
I am aware, and I am going to be refining and crafting all on my own. So it was a substantial cost. Hopefully things work out.
Would I know how in depth the refining process is for mithril?
Give me a tool roll with your blacksmithy tools. I mean, you would know like stories of it being like the final product, once tempered and everything, being a really tough metal, but like in its raw form, it being really delicate. From your limited knowledge with it, like it's in its raw form, its hardness level is like that of like gold. So like really, really easy to fuck it up.
Just be careful with the refining. You said you spent a lot on it. It's very delicate before it's been refined.
Have you ever worked with it?
No, I just heard plenty of stories and watched.
Do you want to? Desmond like walking with his hands in his pocket, side by side. He like looks over and smiles at the ring.
You'll see the exact look I made. Like, oh shit. If that is what you want, I will assist. But that's like I said, it's a delicate procedure, and like you said, you spent a lot of money on it.
I know your roots and upbringing have lots of smithing and whatnot in them, and I would like to share the way my people smith with you.
I'd be more than willing to offer you some guidance, but I think it'd be best if you do that. But I'll be there if you would like some guidance.
Sounds fun.
It does. It's been a while. It's been since. Oh, when was that? Hang on. I have this noted. It's been since Windpoint. I was in a forge.
I have the capability of replicating forge aspects with my tools, but a true forge, it's been over a year for me.
How long has it been since we went to Windpoint? At this point.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know offhand.
Let's see. When trying to figure out what job that would have been. Put it that way. But yeah, just trying to think.
Yeah, it's
That
been
was
a couple weeks, month. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been at least a month. Because it was, I think we went to Arvos for the... I don't even know.
That was the cattle problem, I think. With the werebear. Nope, not werebear. Dire bear.
Yeah, that one. I think so.
Was it a werebear? Oh, fuck.
Shit.
I forgot to tell you guys, it was full moon coming, and y'all are feeling a little strange.
I think I know why you're so hungry.
Oh,
Like this
man.
dagger that I have on my hip.
Right.
Stabbing the food with the dagger and eating it. Well, I don't know why I'm so hungry. It's so weird. Feels so natural. Ooh. Who did
yeah.
that?
Ooh.
So,
Oh, God.
Cardelia has played the graduated card. So hey, that's all good things though, right? You know.
Yeah.
So you'll have a die that you can use that is a escalating die. So if more of the same card get played, that die size will go up, and you will be able to use that. Thank you, Cardelia. How you been? I haven't seen you around in a minute. Noticed you in the Discord a little bit more, but it's been a minute since you've graced us with your presence here on the stream.
Now, Cliff, is there a way you can actually put the output, the who did that, and then what it is in the chat?
Yes. I had that set up before when I was doing it through Mix It Up, but now that I started migrating everything to StreamerBot, I have to redo it all. But yeah, that will be part of it when I have the new redemptions done.
Okay.
Oh, good, thank you.
Just a thought.
Happy New Year.
And then
Yeah,
at this
great
point,
idea.
we'd be turning into Lily's apothecary.
Desmond's just gonna tag along and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So as you walk in there, you see the same area. Desmond, I think this is your first time here. So like this building is like there's two like sandstone buildings, like established buildings, and then like in the middle of these two buildings, there's like pushed back a little bit. It's like wood in like this makeshift hut kind of wedged between two buildings. And as you walk in, it's just this small little apothecary with like herbs drying on a line, and there's some potions in a little case, and just some other reagents and whatnot kind of scattered about.
Desmond will like go up and inspect as Thrain does what he does, and as he's inspecting, goes into his pocket, pulls out his monocle, puts it on, and like leans in and checks it out.
Walk in. Is it the same person?
Oh yeah, it's Lily. She
Yeah, I figured. Didn't know she had any employees.
just her.
Yeah.
She's like, always appreciate a return customer.
Yeah. Friend over there was telling me about this thing called good berries, and figure you might be a person to come to.
I can provide information on it, but we don't have any. They're not really shelf stable. There are good berry bushes in areas with high concentration of magic, but once the berry is detached from the plant, it rapidly begins to deteriorate. They typically only have a shelf life of about a day.
Oh, wow.
And out here in the desert, they're not feasible to grow.
Yeah, that wouldn't be viable at all. You happen to have any more greater healing potions?
High or low?
Low.
I haven't had a chance to put anything together recently, and a lot of our deliveries came from the shores, came from the boats at Orchard Shores, and, well, we haven't had any deliveries from there in a while.
Is it something I could commission if I provide some ingredients to pay for your time?
I prefer coin, but of course.
You'll still get plenty of coin. Time's not cheap, I get that. And then I'll pull out one of your 30 uncommon crafting components. And just try to end up being about 32 or whatever, just however many, just a random amount, because I don't know how to make a potion.
If only someone in the room did, or if only someone back at the empty room of the temple knew how to make healing potions for the group.
Mm-hmm.
She grumbles a little bit. She's like, okay, yeah. And she sort of like, she takes some of the things that you pull out, and she's like, do you have more of these? You can't use that. She's like, you drink that, you'll die.
Good to know. I'll save that for later. And I'll get her what she needs and pull out 2 rares and set those off to the side. These are a little bit extra on supplies. You not what I wanted.
So you're trying to get her to do how many?
3.
3? Go ahead and give me a charisma check, or if you want to use a skill in replacement of that, of trying to barter a better cost.
Some persuasion.
Sure.
Not much difference, but
Okay. She kind of like she picks through some of your ingredients and finds the things that would actually work towards making it. She's like, let's call it 3 platinum per.
mm, 8 platinum out the door. And I'm pointing at the 2 rare components that's off to the side. I know those ones are like, hard to find.
She's like, 8 platinum plus those.
Plus those.
She like picks it up and she looks at it for a second and she like walks over to this large book that she has and she's like flipping through some of the pages and she's like, 8 platinum plus that.
Give her 2 platinum and 60 gold.
She gives you a dirty look when you start pulling out the gold.
That's what I got.
She scoops it into just this cloth satchel and she like puts it to the side. And she's like, give me 2 days for the potions.
Thank you.
And she kind of like waves you, but almost like she's like dismissing you. She's like,
I can get more of those ingredients if you'd like me to help you get some supplies.
her ears perk up. Always looking for rare ingredients.
I'll see what I can do.
She gives you a little smile, and then she begins like sorting out the gold from the platinum, and
I'll walk over to Desmond. Anything you like?
No, not at all. He like stands up, puts his monocle back in.
you see her shoot you a glare when you say that.
Just feel like shrugs. It's a desert. Stuff's dry here.
She mutters something under her breath.
See you in a couple days. Walk out.
Just went right behind.
All right. Uh, you two head your way back in there. Nell, so you're in the empty wing of the temple as you're doing your training. Just for the funnies of it, is this full Vardrock training or is this armored training?
So, it's not quite full Vardrock training because they acknowledge they are, in a public place, and they're not that kind of person. But they are in, shorts and their binder, and that's it.
Okay. I'll say, because Vardrock didn't give a fuck where he was at. He's like in the middle of the church, whatever.
Helicopter.
Look, push-ups, no hands. So you're in this room working out, and the entire time you're in there, like, nobody bothers you. Give me a perception roll, please, at disadvantage. All right. So as you're working out, just sort of really, really into your training, into your techniques, into every motion. And after finishing a routine, you stop for a second to go grab a water skin from your bag. And as you do, you notice that in the back of the room, in one of the pews, someone is sitting there looking at you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
That was the point. Listen, I'm gonna cut to the chase with you here. I know that you're trying to figure out who's behind the attacks, even though the guard is telling you not to. I wanted to give you a different perspective.
They just kind of are. They just like wipe their forehead, drink their water. They're listening.
I heard the narrative that the Dragon Guard spun on this. The water supply was not attacked. The decorative fountain that uses the water that this city needs to survive is what was attacked. It was a display of our money being used towards surface level cosmetics. Do you see how much water flows through those channels and through those fountains every day?
What does this individual look like?
From where you're standing at, it's mostly just a silhouette you see.
Nell would have approached.
If you started walking towards them, they would like say, "Just stay there. Stay where you are, please." I'm not trying to get confrontational.
Neither
I just
am
want to
I.
offer you another lens. The Dragon Guard moved into the city and assumed control. We did not elect for them to lead or for them to have any authority. And there are a great deal of us who do not wish to have them here. Consider that a demonstration of that.
With all due respect, sir, I do not know you and I cannot see your face. Would it be fair for me to use Zone of Truth to verify what you are saying?
You hear a little chuckle. I will not agree to that. Because there are things that I know that I wish not to tell. And I can't control the questions that you ask.
All you have to do is not answer them. You just can't speak a deliberate lie. It doesn't force you to speak.
Unless compelled. And I know you as well as you know me.
Very true.
He stands up and he says, take the information as you will. And you see him drink something, and then all of a sudden, he's gone.
I'm assuming you've turned invisible. I suppose my next question that I was hoping to get answered was, why doesn't the Dragon Guard want us investigating?
You get no response.
Okay.
And
Back
you
to
can
working
feel
out.
free. You can feel free to roll perception if you want to, but your DC would be a 24.
May as well. For funsies. Although actually I don't think I can roll a 24 with my exhaustion, so there wouldn't really be a point. Yeah, I can't with my exhaustion. It's not possible, so
Well, you can roll a nat 20.
I suppose I could.
So close. Yeah, so I'll say like you look around and you get no response. And a second or so too late, you hear the click of the latch of the door to the northern part of the chapel close.
Grumbling and then back to kicking their own ass. They seem to be working out and training and practicing their forms far more vigorously than usual.
And coincidentally, you notice that about 40 or so minutes into your workout that it got substantially warmer in there.
When that wears off, yeah.
You're in the middle of your workout and all of a sudden it just all hits you at once. Like, holy shit. Yeah. So, you'd finish your workout. I assume head back to shower, or to bathe rather. Thrain, Desmond, as you two get back, is there any plans that you have?
I'm running into the room. And it's not full sprint, but there's a decent rate. He's gonna jog. He ain't feeling well. He going to the bathroom. He ate too much.
Gotta
Is-
poop.
Gotta get you. Digestive system's gotta get used to that eating 6 times more than normal. All of a sudden, you see Thrain, who normally lags behind when walking with you slightly. I'll start pulling ahead, Desmond. Walking with some narrow steps.
that in meta gaming, he's getting physically ill. He ain't feeling good.
As Thrain runs off, Desmond will look at his supply of potions and see if he can give him anything to relieve upset tummy.
Where's my Pepto?
The old Pepto.
Potion Bismol.
Pepto-Bismol. Those are the vocal components of it. All right. So Thrain, you run off to your room. Desmond, I assume that you're gonna just go back to yours.
Yeah, just gonna. That was a quick break for him. I'm gonna go back to work on his book.
Okay. And now, as you get back after you finish working out, and you key into your room, you notice that there's a piece of paper on the ground that looks like it was slid underneath the door. And as you grab it, you would see a note saying that your order from the Golden Anvil has arrived.
I didn't think I had ordered at the Golden Anvil. I went to that one dude.
Oh
Was
yeah,
it
you
not?
did. You did. I
Yeah.
apologize. That's my fault.
Yeah, and he had said it would take him almost
Yeah,
2
yeah,
weeks
yeah.
to make, so it was gonna be ready like right when we were done.
Yeah. You're correct. I apologize. You would not have a piece of paper that says that your order from the Golden Anvil has arrived underneath your door.
I was so confused. What order?
Yeah. Yeah, you had a guff that was doing it, that's right. Okay. So, I know Nell mentioned that you were going to go talk to Roderick at some point. Is that still on the plans for the day?
Yeah.
Okay. So, this could be
Knock,
before
knock.
or after you bathe.
After I bathe.
Okay.
So the door slowly creaks open, and there is a decent looking human woman, just down to her underwear, and then she just puts her finger up to her lips, and then waves you in, and then starts tiptoeing away. And then you see Roderick grab at the, like, in the area where she was just standing. He goes, "Gotcha! Ah, damn it!"
Does Roderick have pants on?
He's in his underwear too and a blindfold.
That's more than what I was picturing. I was picturing Roderick opening the door naked with nothing but a blindfold on.
He's not Vartrak.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Some
Can't handle it.
No words. And I was just smirking like this is stupid.
Wait.
What is he doing?
But is Nell gonna give Pass Without a Trace to the other woman too?
Hell yeah.
That's such
Pass
a
Without a
dick
Trace has
move.
verbal components.
Ha.
Fuck you. I can say them quietly. Let me have the funny moment. You don't have to ruin it with how the spell gets cast.
I think it's gonna make it better.
Exactly.
I can only see it going either really good or really funny.
I'm trying to see if there's verbal components with it because it is part of Nell's racial casting.
Race.
So either way.
I can only see this going funny.
Yeah. So Nell's essentially just gonna repeatedly mess with him by like just going around to the backside, like tapping on his shoulder, but doing the thing where you tap on the side that you aren't. Stuff like that. Just fucking with him for like a minute.
Aha. But see, his training partner has already been trying tricks like that. He's ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff, what do I have to roll to catch This motherfucker.
Give me a perception roll with disadvantage -10.
Wait, they cast Pass Without a Trace?
I
Yeah.
sure did.
I'm standing right in front of them right now.
John, were you not a part of the conversation that they put it on themselves and your partner that left?
Yeah, the moment you start saying something, he's got you.
So we'll do this then. Give me a we'll say give me a dex check at disadvantage versus Nell's dex save.
Not stealth?
Dex save for now flat, because if he's right next to you and all he's trying to do is just grab you, all you got to do is get away from that initial grab and you're free to go on this one. All right, so as soon as you say something, you see Roderick turn and like grab towards you, and you're able to slip underneath it as the Pass Without a Trace goes off. Mm-hmm. So Roderick, you grab at nothing, and you hear no movement, no anything.
Okay. So he heard the door come open, so he's gonna close that.
Okay.
And he is going to start like tapping on things to kind of make an echo in the room and everything. He's just gonna continue feeling around and seeing how much they can dodge.
Sure. Just for funsies, do perception at disadvantage -10. And then Nell, do a stealth roll, and we'll have random human woman do a stealth roll. What
The Pass Without a Trace didn't do its thing.
So
To add the 10 to that.
Okay, that's fine. That's 12. What would you think is a fair modifier for the human's stealth roll?
isn't it general
Not fun.
commoner and say 0 or
Yeah,
1?
I mean, yeah.
If it's a commoner, it would be 0.
But she's a prostitute, so she's got some good dexterity, so it's a little better.
It's 5 gold, so she's considered a skilled professional. So
We say she's dexterous. I don't plan on him actually catching either one of them, so it doesn't matter.
23. Okay. Yeah, so you hear nothing. Like, normally you were hearing, like, her moving around the room a little bit. You hear nothing. Except for, like, on the far side of the room, you hear a giggle.
Okay. So, yeah, he'll keep wandering around playing this little game, what he thinks is still with just her.
Yeah, this other woman's gone now. Nell's just after like 2 or 3 minutes of fucking with him, just gonna like.
No, she didn't leave.
I thought she did.
No, she just ducked away from the door.
Oh, okay, so it's just the 2 of us fucking with him now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you see Roderick wandering around in his underwear with a blindfold on, and you see this lady who is now super stealthy, navigating around, like, purposefully keeping a distance from Roderick, you know, climbing over the bed quietly and whatnot.
Nell's just gonna throw a pillow at him at one point. Stuff like that. And then eventually just be like, "Hi, Roderick. I'm sorry. This was fun." Why? Your lady friend let me in.
He goes, yes, Nell. I knew it was you. push-ups and he did it.
Good picture him making fucking strides around the room, just.
To stop and to go, yes, I knew it was you.
I knew you'd be there.
Fell into my trap.
I came to chat with you, but I could see that you are busy. I can let you resume what was happening here.
I guess it's break time. Lydia, see you in 10. Looking in the complete wrong direction.
Nell just waves to her as she leaves, and I'm sure they're both just giggling like idiots at this point.
Mm-hmm. Easiest 5 gold she's ever made.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to check in on you, Roderick. You were very downtrodden after the fight, and I know none of this is easy.
Yes. I am working to kind of use this gift given to me by my coin friend, as you call him, to see if I can figure out what is real and what is not when I'm awake and when I'm asleep. Because I felt myself going mad.
It's been very frustrating not being sure what is awake and what is not. So I completely understand that. I don't really see how a blindfold would assist in that, as our mental invaders, so to say, seem to keep tabs on us enough where they might know to not give you vision in that sense. Also, what happens when you start having dreams where there is no visual?
I trust my friend, and that is something I don't say often.
Well, I'm glad
Maybe-
that you trust Coin.
So, they apparently have something writing on all of this to unfortunately have to trust us. So I have to figure that every move that they are making is to help us get to our goal. And, you know, having a little guidance without having to feel like there's something nefarious behind it has been rather rare, to say the least.
Yeah, it does feel like everywhere we look, someone else is trying to use us for their benefit, and it's exhausting. I'm glad to hear that you have something that's making you feel more grounded in all of this. I was worried for you.
I can't say it's a full reverse of what I was feeling, but it's given me something to focus on so I'm not left with my thoughts.
Of course. When the thoughts get loud, you know that any of us are willing to listen. Out of character, I'm just waiting for fucking Roderick to be like, thoughts can get loud? How do you control the volume of a thought?
No, as he's talking, you notice him like feeling his way over to a chair over in the corner. He said, "I'm sure you all are looking for me to open up." Right, Thrain, and he like grabs at the chair and it just tips over. It's all right, Thrain. I know you're in here.
No, it's just me. I'm the only one in here right now, Roderick. Just you and me.
I'm sure that's what he told you to say. He continues fooling around.
Nella's just got a fucking shit-eating grin on their face as they're watching him and just like stepping to the side when he comes in their general direction. Pass Without a Trace is still up because it's an hour-long instance, so.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the goal of this whole blinded thing? Other than figure out dreams. How are you going to be able to, use your guns from you're firing at enemies at a distance. You aren't melee. How are you going to handle that?
You see, sometimes one must be blind in order to see.
Saw that in a play once.
Shut up.
Well, if there's
Don't.
anything I can do to help, let me know.
I guess first off, when you leave, let her know she's good to come back in. Number 2.
Would you like me to leave her with the improved stealth?
Yeah, improve stealth.
As if you have heard any of my footsteps while I've been in here.
Cheating, I see. It's interfering with what I'm trying to do. You're interfering with my enlightenment.
Yeah, well, your enlightenment has to do with things at a distance, and perhaps you'll have to deal with a foe who can't be heard. Then what? You have to use your other senses now. Dun dun dun. As they're just being stupid walking around the room.
You know, I'm not trying to start on the hardest version of this challenge, you know. Learning
Oh,
the basics.
absolutely. Nella's very carefully moving the chair and like laying it on its side across the floor. Well, I'll send her back in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a good friend.
As you're walking out, gotcha, Thrain, and you hear a vase get knocked over.
So the
Nell's
real
just-
question is, do you take Pass Without a Trace off of them?
Yeah. But the chair's still laying down in the center of the room for him to eventually trip and fall over.
It's gonna happen.
It'll be beautiful. That or he'll slam his baby toe into it.
That's just evil. You
Make
need
it
to change your alignment.
I didn't say I put Legos on the ground. Relax.
Chaotic neutral. They gave you the opportunity not to hit the chair, so it's technically neutral. All right. Yeah. So she's waiting out in the hall, having a drink, and then heads back in when you leave. And then a few seconds later, you hear him trip over the chair.
Yes!
You hear him say, "Well played, Thrain. Well played."
Meanwhile, you just hear Thrain going,
We don't know which hole it's coming out of, but it's a bad time.
Yes.
coming out of all three.
Mm.
Yum.
Mm.
You want to see how hard I could pee?
Um,
I don't even remember what that's from.
I don't want to know.
No.
Anybody else got any plans for the remainder of the day?
Nope.
Okay.
Guess not.
No, other than considering get a room over, like, further away from Roderick's room.
You just keep hearing from the walls, "I got you, Thrain."
Train left in a hurry. He was excited for whatever was going on in there.
Sounds like he's in a fight.
You get to explain that one to him tomorrow.
Nah, Desmond keeps quiet. He knows better. He's not gonna make them kiss and tell.
Just gonna be assuming the whole time.
Like, oh, so they're a thing. Interesting. That's not a couple I thought would happen. Anyways.
Never seen a dwarf and a human together. Yeah, so the rest of the day, nothing eventful happens. And I think that makes us T minus 5 days from the Sphinx.
Make sure to give Nell the daily reduction.
Yeah. I gotta remove it for some reason because it doesn't do it automatically. Bitch. What are you down to? 1 now?
Yeah.
And then everybody else's should be gone, I believe.
Orc.
Is that Mars?
Yeah.
It had me looking down at the camera like, wait, what?
Yeah. Unless you guys have anything specific, again, another day of nothing really noteworthy happening.
Hang on, let me reduce gold by 3.
Desmond's going to grab Thrain and take him along on this journey.
Oh, that's right, we're doing that.
All right. Yeah, you two head over to Golden Anvil. Are you getting there early, I assume?
Desmond will go and wait for the meal to be finished, then head over afterwards.
Brain doesn't look his best today. He looks a little sickly. But he's not gonna complain. He's just gonna eat the same amount as he has been the past day.
Because see Desmond sitting there waiting for you, and you finish your plate, and Desmond like scoots his chair out like he's gonna stand up, and you like puts his chair back, waits.
Yeah. Once the 6 plates of food are done, he'll get up and pay and be on the way.
Desmond with a little salad and a glass of water. Yeah, that is-
Fuck eat salad for breakfast.
Desmond.
Hmm? He has croutons in this one, though.
Oh,
Oh.
a little pizzazz.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
He'll head to the blacksmith and just immediately start working.
Um.
I be giving pointers.
Okay. So he wheels the cart back out with the mithril, and he's like, "You."
The baby.
With
Got a
pizza.
Cordelia can't see, but a dog. Just
I think
walked in
that's
there.
awful rude that you don't have her in frame.
I can't. I was gonna just switch over to a different scene, but this scene is using the camera on Video Ninja, and I don't have just a scene with just that on there, so I could create one real quick, but that sounds like it's more work than it's worth. Just know that there is a. You know what? Hold on here. Here.
I like how she turned with the pizza.
Uh-huh.
Go girl, Mars. Oh.
Okay.
You need to have a separate webcam set up for, like,
I had that at
Mars
one
cam.
point. I had a dog cam at once
I
when
remember
Ozzy
that.
was still alive. It used to be I had a little couch in here, and the camera was pointing on it. And then whenever Oz would get on it, then you would see it in there, and then I would just turn it off when the dogs weren't in the room. Used to. Mars doesn't lay in here very often though. She just uses my room because her dog bed's right in front of the vent. So like when the heat's on, she'll come in here and lay in front of it, and then when the heat turns off, she doesn't want anything to do with me, and she'll just leave.
How dare she? She's a smart lady. What can we say?
Cordelia says, "I demand a dog cam moving forward. I'll resub." All right, I'll have to figure out where to add the dog cam to the new layout. I guess I could just replace me, right? No one gives a fuck about me. Like, you don't need me. I can just be a disembodied voice.
There could be a... If she comes in on a non-critical point, you could have dog cam be the main cam.
Just the map.
Yeah, instead of map, it's just Mars sitting there gnawing on a toy or sleeping.
Okay, I could do
Or
that.
you could do like two separate scenes where it's just this scene, and then when Mars shows up, like drop the golden D20 down, show less of the die window.
Just have a sidecar underneath it with Mars'
like-
camera.
Mm-hmm.
Man. It would be great to be able to set one up for all the dogs. I have one for Rada and one set up for our little buddy.
Hey, you got a
Fear.
beefy enough computer, you can run multiple webcams. All you got to do is sign them in under their own browser. Use like 3 different browsers and go into Video Ninja with each one. Change the video source.
Yep.
I just don't know where I'd hook it up.
Bear moves too much to keep him on one camera.
Just need to get one in the
Greatest
corner.
bits.
Oh,
aim it
that's what I
down.
have.
I'm sleeping.
But he's in his crate, so it's like, and it's
Yeah.
dark vision, so it's a black blob on a bed.
All right, let me make a note. I'll
Good
figure it
boy.
out.
Mm-hmm.
I aim to please. Doggo
Adding to the notes.
cam. Add to the bottom of the notes. All right, so so you guys head to the blacksmith. He wheels out the mithril, and he says, "You're more than welcome to use the resources here. My forge is special, as it has been passed down through the ages of my family. I think that you'll find it will help in what you're doing." And he like he kind of like puts his hand on your shoulder, Desmond. He's just looking at you, and he just gives you like a real serious just nod, kind of pats you on the back, and then walks away.
It was like wide eye, just nod back, and then when he walks away, just like look at Thrain.
So, Thrain will have had a separate bag with him of his smithing tools, and Thrain just shrugs along and opens the bag and pulls out an apron, puts it on, a leather apron, ties it, and he's like, all right, let's go.
All right.
Devin throws off his coat. He's just in his like fitted shirt right now and his pants, and pulls out a bag that he has on his hip. And from the bag, there's a single one of those black crystals that he unfolds and forms into his tools.
All right. Seeing all that golden down, then Kritosh undoes the straps of his suspenders and folds them down, just exposing his bare chest. Brain, please give me the role that you plan on using to assist Desmond in this.
Do you want to do a team up? I don't even know how that would work with
Oh, that could be real risky.
That could be so bad.
But it could be so good.
It could.
The team up would literally just be them smithing together. There's like nothing special going on.
That just means you don't got no imagination.
Right.
Just one standing behind the other, caressing as they both use the hammer.
Not at all what I had pictured. That works though.
It's that one scene in Ghost.
Right?
Except for Thrain's the one in the back because he's got to tell him what to do. And Desmond's so much
His
taller
stubby
than
little
him.
arms.
So here's the counter to that. Desmond's so small and bulk that Thrain can easily reach around. It's just way shorter.
Yeah, your head's like on the bottom of his shoulder blade. Thrain, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh wait, do you guys want to do a team up? If you want to do that, I'm willing. It's not at all how I planned on that working, but I'm willing to entertain this idea.
I don't know how it would work, but I want to.
I'm down. Again, I don't know how it would work.
Fucking do it.
Your smithing is tied to like religion and stuff too, isn't it?
I could tie it in because literally the yearly prayer, like the big prayer. Hang on, let me have this.
I'm about to get spiritual.
Not what I wanted. Wrong page.
See, this team up's gonna start with like that meme of Schwarzenegger on Carl Weathers doing the arm wrestle.
Just every time a new step gets complete, just again.
Yeah.
It's just gonna cut to the blacksmith over there rubbing his nipples like the dude from fucking Waterboy. So serious question. Do you guys think that dragons have multiple nipples? Or do they not have nipples at all because they do eggs?
No nipples, eggs.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, were our centaurs pregnant?
Yes.
Shut up.
You asked that question, I'll bounce back with that one. Because the yearly ritual that people who follow Moradin follow are bowing to the forge and are based around a forge. So we could pull religion into this.
Ah.
And then, yeah.
Paint me a picture. What are you guys doing here?
Say Thrain will walk up and quote unquote bless the forge by saying the ritual prayer. Hang on. I had it. I just saw it. Got it. Where'd it go?
Yeah, if Thrain's doing anything like that looks ceremonial, Desmond will like kneel down and bow his head as Thrain does it.
Then I'll just bow and recite, "You burn the dross for me, but the iron remains." And pulling on his smithing memories and all his time he spent smithing with his father. And he's pretty much just going to trust on his religion in order to be able to guide Desmond in showing Desmond where to hit while slightly adjusting the mithril as he starts trying it.
Okay. You can just imagine Krilta just in the back, just fucking like, what the fuck is going on? All right. Thrain, go ahead and burn one of your fate points, please.
Uh-huh. And then I'm rolling religion.
Okay. Remember, and for anyone watching's recollection on this, with a team up, 1s and 20s mean nothing on their own. With a team up, the idea is you want to get your 2 rolls as close to one another as possible, symbolizing how well you are both doing things in harmony with one another. So if one rolls a 1 and one rolls a 2, that's better than like one rolling an 18 and one rolling a 20. So with that exposition out of the way, go ahead, give me that religion roll.
Where did my mouse go?
All right, 14.
Okay. Middle of the road.
So you begin, saying your prayer towards the forge and begin this ceremony. And as you guys start doing this, you start noticing the forge roaring to life, and you see it go from like the orange flames, and you see it heat up into the blue flame, and then all of a sudden you see the fire flicker for a second, and you see the flames burning gold. Desmond, as Thrain is preparing the ceremony and getting things started, how are you going to react to this?
So Desmond is completely focused on what Thrain is doing, and as Thrain gets started, he's going to tap into his memories, pull what information he can. Then with all that pulled, he is just going to just psych himself up, and normally like slow and precise with his stuff, he's going to start to separate some of the bigger chunks and do all of like the heavy lifting and everything right out the bat.
Okay.
So gonna do athletics.
Okay.
So can your ability reduce?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing something that doesn't have a modifier because 14 is like right in the middle,
Uh-huh.
so I don't really know what to do.
Hey,
Oh!
I'll take it.
So, can you move it up 1, or can you only do 3?
I can only do 3.
Okay. Hey, so, almost in perfect harmony with one another as you start doing the ceremony. Desmond, you start separating the things, moving everything in order. And as you see the forge start to roar up to this golden flame, you both begin the process of melting down the raw ore into burning off any of the impurities, getting it into like its liquid format, and you get to the point where you're scraping off the impurities from the top, all the slag, and you have this like melted crucible of liquid mithril. What do you guys do with the liquid mithril? I want another team up.
Even though we're out of fate points for it.
Yeah, I paid for it.
Oh.
Actually, if we're gonna be here all day, Desmond was planning on getting the majority, if not all of it, just crafted day one. So Desmond's gonna keep going, and if Thrain never leaves, they're just gonna keep going the whole time.
In that case, while everything's heating up, I'm gonna be grabbing ingot molds, something that's more workable. And then once we get the molten mithril into the ingots, I gotta let them cool for a bit, but it's not gonna take long to solidify into workable. You did say you were making plate, right? In the walk?
Yeah, it's going to be half plate. So
You told Brain that though.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure my brain's working right. How would they make plate? Is a me question.
So I mean, there's plate and with it being half plate,
Well, half
there's going to
plate,
be
yeah.
some. They're going to have to take the metal and actually hammer it down into sheets and then form the sheets. But with it being half plate, I believe there's also isn't it half chainmail too?
it's not full plate armor. There's missing bits like from the biceps. There's no like shoulder pads. There's no upper leg parts. It's just the parts that it's like plate armor, but bits and pieces of it.
I see. It's just a chest piece and shoulders.
Mm.
Well, typically it has like chain or like a scale mail piece to it too to make it a little bit lighter weight.
Yeah. In Desmond's case, he has the chest piece, the arm bracers, and the shin pads.
Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be all about, for the mithril piece of it at least, hammering it into sheets, forming the sheets.
Desmond will probably use his custom tools to have like the exact dimensions of ingots that he needs. So like for arms, he's going to make separate ingot molds for those. For the chest, separate ones for that.
And then pulling on my knowledge of smithing, I'm going to help design these molds into the perfect form so that once they're poured in and they're easily transferred to an anvil where they can start hammering it out, and then once they get cool off to the point, something that will probably shock Desmond, he'll grab the hot piece of plate or half plate or whatever is currently, and manually set it in the fire with his hands. And see, as he says the prayer again.
All right, go ahead and give me a blacksmithing roll. All right,
Stay in
11.
the middle of the road.
All right, so using a different roll, Desmond, what are you gonna do here?
You see, I already said I was gonna use my tools to help in this, which makes it like makes sense that my tools would be the role for this, right? That's a +9 though. So I could roll shitty, which I've been rolling with my tools.
But
Call.
you're also trying to roll shitty now.
Mm-hmm.
It's all mental warfare now.
Right? Animal handle.
Explain to me how you make it work.
Say dexterity, like something with dexterity, trying to swing the hammer in just the right way. Because all Thrain's doing is adjusting the stuff for you. You're doing the swinging.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't use athletics.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. So would sleight of hand be like fine tuning bits and pieces?
Yeah, I could see that. Like as like because it's all about like pinpoint precision movement that what you're doing. So if you're doing like detailing, I could see sleight of hand sorta.
So Desmond has like the mental image in his mind and like in his notes, but with Thrain there to guide him on like more precisely what he needs to do, he would be doing more of the fine tuning bits through Thrain's advice.
So Thrain's giving you the directions, and you're basically just doing the fine-tuned movements to whatever he says to do. Okay.
Oh!
Would you look at you guys being so in tune? This is beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah. So you guys start working in tandem with everything, and like as Thrain is moving things around and putting them in front of you, he's telling you what to do. You're doing it as he's doing it, and you guys have this almost assembly line repetition down pat. You're down to the final stretch. And you have most of the individual components put together, working much faster than what you would normally be able to do for a full set like this. But you two working in tandem with one another, you're making the project go by much quicker. The blacksmith's looking on, impressed even.
how does he react to me grabbing a hot ingot or hot? Because it's obviously it's too cold to work, but it's still rather warm.
Yeah, I'm gonna look past it so I don't have to make you roll any sort of damage for grabbing it.
Well, that's the thing is, I was willing to take that damage, and I knew that was a risk. But the issue is, and that issue, the reason why I did it is because that is part of the ritual prayer. It's putting ingots in and grabbing ingots out. So I'm still rolling religion and everything because it's still same day, same thing.
Another reason why I don't fuck with religion. So I mean, so he'd be watching it, and like at this point, like he could tell that there's some sort of process going on that he doesn't quite understand, but he's just letting it roll. He's probably being inspired from seeing all this, just because like this is a feat in front of him here. This is not a normal thing being made. This is like a feat, a prowess of skill. And now that you have most of these raw individual components, it's time to start putting everything together.
Going to pull off my history of assembling armor. Not necessarily mithril armor, but armor. Like I said, smithing with my father.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling off the history on how to assemble it in the right ways, where to assemble it, and use history.
Okay. $10.
So in the
Average.
middle all the time.
Average. Remember, you can also boost mine.
I know.
All right, so Desmond, Thrain is kind of giving you the step-by-step history of how his people have traditionally assembled armor and kind of, lending you his knowledge, not necessarily doing the work for you, but giving you the guidance on how he thinks it could be done. And what are you going to use to actually put that armor together? Yeah, and Cardelia is also reminding you that you have a D4 that you can use on any roll.
Okay.
I think perception now. He's going to be like dialed in at the moment, making sure that everything gets put together like precisely, perfectly where it needs to be. Because the whole thing with this is he wants it to be like super snug and form-fitting. And at the same time, as he's focusing on this, he's going to focus on what Thrain's saying. So it's going to be multiple things that he's paying attention to at the same time.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that perception roll.
But
Can that D4 be given to Thrain?
Yeah, anybody can
And
use it.
plus 3, flash of genius.
Anybody can use a D4.
Roll that D4.
All right, 13 plus 3,
13.
16. So that's not bad.
So yeah, Desmond will hear Thrain talking about his history, and since he knows that Thrain has somehow accepted the Raven Queen's gifts before, he'll, as Thrain's explaining, place like a hand on his shoulder, and the white light in Desmond's eyes will start to shine, and so do Thrain's. And Thrain, you much easily remember your history of everything you're trying to remember at the moment.
And seems how the special properties of the forge we won't really get to use due to how we did this. I'll throw a 5 on that, making it an even 21.
Hey, look at that.
As
Help homies.
Just like we built this armor, we built that die up. Everything we had.
so this forge has a special property on it which prevents you from crit failing.
I was saving my my inspiration for that.
As you are putting things together and the small adjustments that you have to make by heating the metal back up and getting that right bend because Desmond wants that perfect fit, you notice that the forge is able to quickly heat up the metal to the exact temperature that you need, which is making quick work of you being able to do it. So it allows Desmond to focus on the teachings that Thrain is giving versus needing to worry about a lot of the steps it would normally go to get to it. And with that perfect 21 matching roll that you had, you all managed to create this in 1 day's worth of work. And to be fair, we are gonna say this was a full day's
Full
work.
day.
Like,
Yeah, no.
this guy closed the store down, but he's standing back to watch what's going on here. As you manage to forge together this set of mithril armor. Sin, describe to us what the armor looks like and any unique details that may be on it.
Well, I gotta pull up a picture that I have done.
I mean, if you wanted to send me the picture, I can like put it on here.
No.
Okay.
That still has spoilers.
Oh, okay. You can send it to me anyways, though. I just won't show them.
I almost threw that shit in TFP.
Like, no one will see. Oh. Everyone's seen.
So
It's not as flashy as I thought it was going to be.
I mean, it's Desmond. So, kind of from the top down is built in layers, with the lowest layer being around the stomach that builds up as it goes. And when he moves, like his body from the left and the right, the layers like kind of interlock, so they or like slide over one another, so it's not as rigid and bulky. But
He's an armadillo.
the all of the different plates that go on it aren't normal shape. They're more built to match Desmond's physique. So around where his abs would be, there's more like room to move there, where his hips are and around where his arms move. Then on his arms and his shins, there's kind of the same thing, less able to slide over one another, more sturdy plates. But those are just attached to his gloves that he's wearing at the moment. His gloves and boots. But all solid black, and everything's held together with deep red straps. And it's so form-fitting and like tight to his body that he's able to put it on over his like compression shirt, and he's able to put his coat on over that, and it's not bulking or anything.
And when you guys are done and you're like trying it on, Kriltosh walks up. He's like wiping a tear from his eye. He's like, beautiful craftsmanship if ever I've seen it. Though, I must admit, I'm not familiar with this design style. Where do you draw your inspiration from?
It's he's like looking down at it. It's mainly what my people would be wearing as a design, at least, not material, but with the advice from Thrain here, it's been tampered with in the process to kind of make a mix of my elvish upbringings and his dwarvish.
He's like stroking like his chin as he's looking at it. This is beautiful. I consider it an honor that this was made here.
It's a beautiful forge you have.
I do think the forge is a main factor of why it came out so clean.
You see him like stand up straight when you say it. I appreciate that. This is my lifeblood.
Cliff,
Yeah.
is there any extra? Or is it like we used everything?
Any extra what?
Mithril?
Mithril? I mean, what's your idea?
We're just wondering if I can use anything extra in the like upcoming weapon that I'm gonna make.
Give me a D100 representing what % of the mithril you used.
Get a 1.
Right.
Yeah. Sure. A little bit extra. And after like you're getting everything on and like you put your overcoat on like to test to make sure it fits, he looks at you, he says, "Now we must test it."
That was like fixing his collar and then straight up looking at him. I suppose that's yeah. Good idea.
All right. So he walks over out of the shelf, and he grabs a quarterstaff off of it, and he like spins it around a few times, and he like kind of cocks back like he's holding a baseball bat, and he's like
hands above his head, just standing there.
he says, "Say when."
Do it. He's like gritting his teeth.
Awu. So he hits it, boom, shatters the quarterstaff across your chest, and you feel nothing. You feel just the slight nudge of him pushing you backwards, and that's it.
Yeah, just like lowers his hands like in the fist. He's like, "Yes."
You see just the dust of splintering wood is. He's like holding the shattered quarterstaff, and he's just nodding.
Yeah, this was just nodding at him, nodding at Ray, wiping the dust off.
He's like, "This calls for a drink."
I agree.
Yeah, he goes behind his bar or his counter, and he pulls out a bottle in this black like velvety bag, and he pours 3 glasses of this clear liquid with little gold flakes in it, and he gives everybody it, and before he drinks his, he does his breath weapon onto it and lights it on fire. And then he throws it back.
Cheers. As he's going to snip it, Thrain's just going to smell it, try to see if he can tell what it is a half second before he drinks it.
Sure. You can give me a perception roll. It smells like a distilled spirit, like a vodka type deal. It doesn't really have any other like sense to it. It's very earthy, like you could tell that it's like homemade style. Mm-hmm. And from the looks of it, it looks like it is specks of actual gold inside of it.
Yeah, like I said, that was in the process of him taking a swig.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's strong, but it's not good.
It's alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
When in Sandscale, do as they do. So that's when he'll snap his fingers. A green flame will show up on his, and he'll take a sip.
Wow, Thrain, you're the only one that don't want to do no fire, huh? I see how it is.
Sure, let me grab my torch.
Hold on, guys.
Desmond, it just burns all the way down. Like, there's no subtlety to this at all.
Oh, what was the point of the fire?
He just puts his hand on your shoulder, big meaty dragon paw fist on your shoulder. He's just like, tradition.
It hurts so good.
Yes! He like kind of roughs you up a little bit as he says it.
Now I think it's time to go get some food.
Oh, you haven't. Yes. Well,
Thank you.
Krultosh, I will say that I will probably be back in the next few days.
The forge is always open to you.
Desmond will like place a hand on his shoulder, give him a nod.
He's got a full foot over you.
I got a foot over Thrain.
Yeah.
This guy got some foot over me.
Yeah, so he's 7 foot and some change. I just have 7 foot tall, so he's 7 feet. You got about a foot
I'm
on you.
4'10".
Mm-hmm.
He's about over 2 feet over me.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm hearing is you're about dick height.
About middle of chest.
I think it's funnier my way.
This guy's still standing there in just suspenders, just undone.
Grain will take his apron off, pulls it up, put it in his bag. All right.
Let's go eat.
Yes, please.
My treat. No. Walk back to the boot.
All right. So Nell, Thrain, Roderick gone all day. Is there anything that you plan on doing today at all?
Grain Desmond.
Yeah, those two. I was gonna say Roderick and Nell, but then I seen John was gone, so I cut it short.
I can hear you.
No, you're not there. You're not important now. It's all Nell.
Oh, okay. I understand.
You got a whole day.
So, Nell is kind of suspicious about what the Dragon Guard are doing since they're being so secretive about, well, everything. So, they're going to be going around and just not truly investigating what happened, but just watching what the Dragon Guard are doing in regards to their investigation and seeing if anything seems awry.
Investigating their investigation. I like it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Give me an investigation roll. It seems appropriate for some reason. Yeah, I mean, as you start moving about the different guard sects and whatnot, like there, you really don't. You're not seeing anything out of the usual. The normal guard patrols, and the only thing that you find a little odd about it is like the lack of direct involvement that you've really seen them have towards this. Like, they told you they got it, but you haven't really seen them doing anything personally. Not to say that they haven't been, but you personally haven't seen anything. And as you do your investigation and, thinking about the conversation that you had in the temple yesterday, the more you think about it, like, you haven't really noticed any legwork being put towards this at all.
I'm also going to have sit back and say that Nell did not bring any of their Eclipsean Order garb with them today.
Okay.
And they are going to ask around at some locals about the people of Amethil group and how to get in contact with them.
Okay. Are you going hooded, like trying to stay low key, or are you just going just Nell, no official badge?
Nell with a hood.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll, because at this point, you guys are
People
a
know.
little bit known to some degree.
I am rolling so well today.
So would you have done Pass Without a Trace before you did that?
If given, if told by somebody where they could actually be going off to do this, then yes.
Okay.
But just asking like random people, no.
Okay. So just asking the people, you don't really get much information. Are there any like specific questions you're trying to get answered?
They'll be asking if people don't know about where to give answers for the where the people are, then no, we'll ask, like, when did the Dragon Guard arrive in Sandscale? And are you happy with what they are doing around here?
Okay. So, and I assume you're trying to get like a sample size, right? You're trying to get like multiple people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you, as far as like the Dragon Guard,
Oh, they wouldn't be asking the Dragon
no,
Guard.
I'm
this,
sorry. As far as how long the Dragon Guard have been there, you get a pretty concise answer on how long the Dragon Guard have been there, and they've been there roughly 10 years or so is when they showed up, and at first they started doing work similar. The stories you hear are not dissimilar to Eclipsean Order's mantra, how they were sort of like peacekeepers, and that had over the last 10 years slowly turned into like from peacekeepers to like official guard to like the ruling body of Sandscale, is kind of the consensus you get from everybody. As far as how people like them, give me a persuasion roll, please.
What the fuck is my dice today?
As far as how people like them, for the most part, you were getting answers of like everybody seems to like the Dragon Guard. They're doing good work. A few people, you got the impression of them being a little apprehensive to say anything otherwise. But it seems fairly unanimous that like they're well regarded.
Got it. I guess go check on the dig site?
Sure. The dig site, as you get to it, this is like midday on the second day that this excavator has been there. And at this point, like, they already have it dug down like a couple dozen feet. And they've had it widened out to the point of like where they have like a shoulder kind of built for the machine to be on as it continues going down. So you see them like they're making like these iterative steps towards getting this hole bigger or wider so they can go further down in it. And there's a new small mound of sand that is being created to the right of it from all of the sand that they're excavating out and moving. So there's a small mountain to the, we'll call it northwest of the dig hole.
Glad to see that's moving well. I don't know. I don't really have anything else to
It's fine.
say or think or do.
You plan on doing any more tending of the fern?
Sure, yeah, we'll eat a few berries.
Okay. I'll just do this since how it's not fucking working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do the berries go bad every day?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so you have a soft pink one with tiny heart-shaped spots on it. A bronze one with a slightly rough texture. You have another one that is pitch black with the matte finish. A second one that is bronze with the rough texture, and then you have one that is ivory white that, like, you notice it has, like, a faint glow to it.
I want to eat the glowy one.
Where are you eating these? I'm
At
curious.
this point, Nelp would probably just be chilling in the tavern. So, you can have some stuff too.
Nah, Thrain's not there all day. All day, they're gone.
Do we get back dark time?
Yeah.
Yeah, figured.
So as you have the white one, you kind of, it has kind of a bitter taste to it, and it tastes medicinal. From your healing background, you would notice that this has a similar taste to an antidote potion. Mechanically speaking, this is antidote, so it can neutralize 1 poison.
Broads.
All right. So you put the bronze one in your mouth, and immediately it has like a metallic-y taste to it. Like, it almost tastes like you put a copper in your mouth. It is not great tasting at all. And you muscle through the tingy metallic taste of it, and you swallow it. And as you do, it's almost like swallowing a dry biscuit. Like, it does not go down smooth at all. But almost immediately after consuming this, you start to feel this tightening of your muscles. And you feel almost like you have the pump of the best workout of your life. Mechanically speaking, you have a +2 to your strength for the next hour. And that's all you get is 2.
Got it.
Roderick.
And what was the one that wasn't black? Pink with hearts.
Pink
Sorry,
with hearts.
I just...
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. And Roderick, what did you do for the day?
Continue practicing.
Are you going to make any attempts at, like, crafting or anything while blindfolded, or?
you know what? Sure. We'll see if we can make some, because he just wants to learn everything, even the small, dexterous movements of his fingers, while not being able to see what he's doing.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a crafting roll at disadvantage.
All right. Tinker tools.
Hey. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after a full day of air quote practicing, using this blindfold, you fell asleep with it. You wake up with it, and you're really starting to get more attuned. Like, there's still the occasional stumble and whatnot, but like your room, you're starting to feel like you can navigate, and so much so that you just get this idea of like, all right, let's try to craft. So you navigate your way to your bag, and you start pulling out the components. You start pulling out the project that you're already working on. And you pick up right where you left off, and you start putting things together, and it's starting to feel almost second nature to you where things are supposed to be in regards to like your own spatial awareness. So like, you know, when you move your hand this much, you moved it this much, and you're comfortable with that. So you just focus on the task at hand and begin loading up the particles into the small shells and packing things together. And you almost feel as if the blindfold isn't hindering you at this point. And yeah, you successfully make an attempt at creating. Do you feel daring and go on?
Yeah.
Because if you're not doing anything else, you could technically make 3 attempts.
Yeah, let's keep it going then.
Okay. Confidence riding high, you continue pressing forward. Give me another one with disadvantage. This one, like as you're doing it, you, though you feel comfortable with where you are in your own spatial awareness, at one point you knock something off the bench that you're working on, and you hear it hit the ground, but it rolls away. And you don't know where it rolls to. And you start to get frustrated from that feeling because everything was going so good. And like just when you're about to stop looking for this, like you move your hand just a little bit, and like right at the edge of the movement where you stopped, you feel where this thing went. And you like stop and think for a second, like, it's exactly where I put my hand. And you grab it, and then you continue working for a second successful attempt.
All right.
Does he go for a third?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Boom. And let's see. Hey.
And because of the fact that your hand stopped right there, that told you like everything you needed to know, that you moved at the exact space it needed to be in, that like your stupid confidence like just carries you forward through with this. So as you continue working on this, like you feel like everything was flawless. Everything that you were doing was falling into place perfectly. When you would grab something and put it into like the canister, like everything would be lining up like perfectly without you even needing to look. That is 3 successful attempts in one day. Similar to what we said for like Desmond and Thrain, this was your all-day event. Maybe not until like nightfall, but like you spend the entire day doing this. But yeah, so have a nice little confidence boost after that.
Voice.
And at the end of the day, Thrain, Desmond, you two head back to the boot, get some food. Roderick, Nell, are either of you two getting food at this time?
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, so timing, meta timing would be like, what, 9, 10 o'clock, earlier, later?
Yeah, we'll say, sometime 8, 9 o'clock, probably. So I'd assume that like Nell and Roderick caught up with one another and are having food already, and Thrain and Desmond would walk in. Desmond, are you wearing the armor still?
Yeah.
Is it like visible?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we went straight here afterwards.
Okay. So yeah, so Thrain and Desmond come in like sweaty. Desmond not in his normal attire that you're used to seeing him in, him being maskless, not any of his armor on, so just like the coat, but wearing like this nice snug piece of half plate underneath. And both of them just like beeline for like ordering food.
I don't think have either of them seen his blindfold?
No.
I-
Oh,
Thrain
well,
hasn't
Thrain.
seen you
Yeah.
guys yet.
Right.
Thrain hasn't seen you guys yet.
Mm-hmm.
Thrain has seen Roderick in the blindfold, though.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah.
This is
I had.
okay.
You know, this is perfect timing.
Yeah, so Nell, you would see them approaching. Thrain, Desmond, you would order your food and then see like Nell and Roderick sitting at a table together. And then both of you would notice Roderick sitting there with a blindfold on.
Walk up, sit down. You figure out the coinage yet?
I smell Thrain nearby.
Actually, give me a perception roll, John.
Well, he just heard him talk. He's
I
just
know,
an idiot.
I know. But give me a perception roll.
You might actually be able to get it right before he even walks up.
You don't even need to do disadvantage on this one.
Oh,
Okay.
come on. I'm gonna use my inspiration on that.
Okay, you can do that. Go ahead and roll it again, John.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
You do, in fact, smell Thrain. You say it jokingly, and like as the word leaves your mouth, you're like,
Oh no. Been hard at work or fighting or fucking or one of the above?
Right. You can't see Desmond armor food now, please.
Desmond's like looking around, waiting to see like when they're gonna deliver the food because Thrain has been fucking grumbling and aching and seeing red.
See, he didn't realize it at all while we were working because he just going, kind of like how I get at work. I get going, I forget I'm hungry and forget I need food. Like, oh wait, I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. So yeah. Just like looking. Never answer my question.
Ah, yes. I'm assuming you're talking about the bar earlier.
What was it? 5 silver, then a copper, then a plat.
Yes. And how well can you distinguish coin when you have no sight?
I don't need to. I have sight.
I see with more than just my eyes.
I can see with my bird's eyes.
Yes. Something similar to that. And Desmond, how are you?
Tired, hungry, and relieved.
With that 17, does he smell Desmond?
Oh, I pressed the proofs myself off
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Fair.
I was about to say, I'm just gonna leave that to Sin to answer.
So you're not dirty at all from the whole thing?
He wouldn't be.
No.
No, not at all. Stop
So
touching Thrain right now, though. He bites.
Like Marty in Madagascar.
so what are you so tired from doing all day?
We went to the forge right after breakfast, and we are just now leaving.
Ooh. Make anything fun?
Can you try to smell or hear or I don't know, sense it?
I smell food and a very unbathed Thrain.
You stand next to 1,000-degree fire all day and tell me how you smell.
The
I'd
17,
rather
you
not.
probably get some you get some sense of like that burning metallic smell from burning off the extra materials. You could smell the metalwork, the metallurgy.
So you made some sort of weapon or armor, yes?
Continue.
Ah, and I'm guessing it's the color of metal.
Some random bar patron. Ooh.
Yes, thank you, yes.
And there's a 90% chance that it's already raining.
You hear someone say, "It rarely rains here."
Yes. According to my extra senses, it is not raining. I'm sorry, Nell, you do not have the gift.
That same person. Ooh. He's good.
It's like you're just sitting there with this stupid stance.
Yes, since we were stuck in Sandscale for an extended time, I ordered a shipment of materials that I could work with, and it just got here yesterday, so we were playing with our new toys today.
Does it have some sort of Shatterkai magic?
Not yet. I'm still looking into ways to add that.
Well, congratulations. And Nell, did you make any progress today with whatever you were doing?
No. Not a damn thing. No progress. I mean, I guess I've figured out a few more of what the berries do. I've just been trying them each day, random ones. I've got one more that I haven't tried yet today. They pick up the pink one with the hearts. They're like, not sure what it does.
Dorian holds his hand out. It is food.
Now places it in his hand.
It's gone. I will test it.
So you it's rather sweet. And after you eat it, you get this sort of warm feeling in your stomach. Not warm as in temperature, but sort of the warm feeling that like a good conversation gives you. And you start to get that feeling like you get when you're having like a really deep conversation with someone and you just feel relaxed in yourself. Mechanically speaking, you have advantage on any charisma check for the next hour.
Nice.
So I'm
really
looking at
calming.
your food faster.
It's really calming.
Nell takes out their little notebook and like jots it down.
It's like we've been talking for hours and just relaxed.
Cross something out, and they like scribble charm with a question mark. This one's fun. They pick up the black one. This one turns you invisible.
To what effectiveness? Did you attempt to do anything while invisible?
No, but it lasted like 10 minutes. I can they just pop it in their mouth. And then no, we'll just I don't know, go to pickpocket cuz that would break it, wouldn't it?
Cast a spell,
Okay, yeah.
right?
I guess
Casting a spell ends it. It ends at regular invisibility.
Yeah.
they go to just after doing it they just the dumbest thing that they could think of, they go to cast sleep on brain. Once they're asleep, see if anything happens. Once they're invisible, see if that happens.
What is the DC for sleep?
Well, for one,
Is that a hit
I
point
need
thing?
I need Nell to roll 5d8.
Oh, is it hit points?
Mm-hmm. So you can only sleep someone up to 14 hit points, so it has no effect on Thrain. And you become visible immediately.
Okay, so casting the spell certainly breaks it. It's just a regular invisibility. But a 10-minute invisibility nonetheless. It's without a spell slot.
You slot yours?
Right. Without the mental drain.
He's like looking at all of his potions. I thought I was the only one. Desmond's like looking over Thrain too. What did you do to him?
Well, it didn't work, but I was attempting to cast sleep on him.
You don't got to do that. As soon as I eat food, I'm going to bed.
It was just using a harmless spell to see if it would work.
And then I take first plate of food shows up. It's sure, mouthful.
If that spell would have taken hold, I think I would have left before angry, hungry, woken up Thrain would have been disturbed.
I was planning on dismissing it immediately regardless.
Putting us all at risk.
To answer your earlier question, Nell, when I need to do something at long range, I'm going to switch to my goggles.
Understood.
Just my my own two eyes, thanks to outside tampering, are not as trustworthy as I'd like them to be. I don't think for any of us.
Fair. So, Cliff,
Yeah.
do I need to eat 12 plates of food now, or is it just one of those you skipped a meal, you kind of lost that meal?
Yeah.
Like how? Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much emphasis on
Well,
it.
I'm just one of those things like, I
It's
know
a silly
personally.
RP flavor.
Exactly. 'Cause I know personally, if I skip a meal, I'm not hungry for that meal anymore.
Yeah,
A little
I'm not
more
too
hungry
hard
than
pressed on it.
usual at dinner, but yeah.
So, Desmond, do you have any other projects after this one?
I hit a bit of bump of the road and the weapon that I'm crafting. I recovered some lost progress, but tomorrow I am planning on finishing the planning stages of that, and then the next day moving on to the actual crafting of the weapon. So for the next 2 days, I think I'm going to be occupied with that.
All right. Yes, I need you to look into possibly making some better swords for me. I need to start using them again. But I fear that the ones that I have right now are uh, not what we need them to be.
Oh, you can leave them in my room and I'll look over them, unless you want to be carrying them at the moment.
Uh, let's just let me know when you're ready to work on them and I'll bring them.
Okay. In 2 days, that night, I'll take them from you. Then the following day, I can see what I can do.
Much appreciated.
No, what exactly were you trying to accomplish today?
Me, just my little ally, Coin, as they've been come to be called, gave me this blindfold, said it would help me with figuring out when I am awake and when I am not. It's been a little difficult, as I've expressed before, to determine which is which. And sometimes our reality has been a lot more nightmarish than anything our dreams could come up with. So it's helping me to ground myself, as Nell put it.
John, give me a perception roll at disadvantage.
Let's see, disadvantage.
Okay.
Ah, yes. I can sense that Thrain is wearing pink underwear.
He is today. Oh my god.
No response, still eating.
Sure, whatever. And you're completely throwing yourself into this. No breaks, no increments, just full immersion.
Yeah, I figure while we have time, now is better. And then hopefully, when I feel that I have uh, fine-tuned my senses enough, I won't even feel that I need it, hopefully. Still trying to figure that part out. But for now, it's given me something to continually focus on.
You mind if I try something on you?
Um,
Keep the blindfold on. Extend your hand.
he's like,
Lotus.
Desmond will reach his hand underneath Roderick's, and a pulse of green energy would come down his arm into his fingertips, and he'll place his hand into Roderick's, and the green energy will flow into him. And he is going to enhance Roderick's wisdom checks for an hour.
John, give me a perception roll flat.
He's an enhanced ability.
Mm-hmm.
oh shit! That thing is still rolled.
No,
Never
that
mind.
it did what it was supposed to actually. Would you roll double 19s?
Yeah.
It's working. As Desmond does this, for a brief second, like as the energy is coursing through, you hear someone drop a fork onto a plate. And as that sound resonates through, for the briefest of seconds, in your mind, you see this perfect image of the tavern. You see everyone as you would if you didn't have the blindfold on for a brief second. And as that dies out, you notice that on the far end of the bar, about as far from you as possible, that one of the waitresses is about to trip over someone's leg.
I want to. I'm assuming we have silverware on the table.
Yeah.
He's gonna grab Thrain's knife specifically.
Out of his hand?
Yes.
I'm gonna need a strength check.
Hold on. Go ahead, continue with your story. I want to hear the whole story before we do anything.
And he's gonna throw it right at the guy's foot, like to startle him, to make him move.
All right. Okay. So give me a athletics or acrobatics or sleight of hand, I guess, against Thrain's athletics roll for trying to get the knife out of his hand.
All right, he's trying to do this swiftly, so I would say sleight of hand.
Okay.
Oh my god.
No!
Okay.
Never mind.
Wait, what the
Oh, did you guys both? Oh,
He beat
actually, yeah, his score actually beat yours. It seems how neither one of you hit 10, 2 fails technically, so we'll say that, like, you do it. Like, you grab it out of his hand, and, like, just for a brief second, Thrain, you don't expect this coming, so, like, by the time you feel it coming out and you try to, like, squeeze, it's already gone, and you're, like, looking over at him, and you see him just throw it. Give me a ranged attack roll.
with his gun weapon, because it has modifiers on it. I don't know if there's anything special with that.
Yeah, like I just have revolver. They don't have like range, click here, or
If you have a dagger,
melee.
you can use that.
I don't have one equipped.
Just give me a d20.
All right. So we'll say you. What the fuck?
Give me a damage roll.
Right at his foot.
What is a dagger's damage? It's just a d4, I assume.
1d4.
Give me a d4. All right. So you try to throw this knife at this guy's foot just to like scare him, but you end up accidentally over twisting it, so the blade actually sticks in this guy's foot, and he pulls back and screams in pain as the waitress walks past him and does not trip.
Roderick, what is wrong with you?
I just saved that woman from tripping and possibly
And
injuring
stabbed
herself.
a man.
I threw it just in front of his foot so that he would not be harmed.
No, you didn't.
Foot! There's a knife sticking out of my foot!
My leg.
He got it.
The spell worked.
We're just gonna end it right there. The important thing is you all seen Roderick grab the knife and throw it pinpoint accurately at this guy's foot.
Yeah. Thrain got a whole view of the action. Just knife. What?
I feel like as soon as he took the knife from Thrain like did a quick back and forth and just went right back to eating like nothing had happened. Like, oh.
No.
Picks up the steak and just bites it.
Yeah. He's just sad now.
Sad Thrain noises.
Right.
Ah, shit. Alright. I'm gonna call it there.
Level up.
We will be back next week.
Wow,
With a-
we level up. We do shit today.
We did a lot of shit today.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We did a lot of shit
Okay.
today.
Flip said it doesn't depend on combat for this whole game,
Yeah.
whether we level up or not.
It would make sense to depend on combat, because then you would just choose to do combat to solve every problem.
I don't see anything wrong with this.
I mean, you can still choose to do that. I just don't want to force you into that avenue. And we will not level up. Level up will probably happen at the end of next session. The level up will happen in just before 5 days from now.
Got it.
So probably end of next session, I would say you'll be a level up. Next session, we will have a new layout. I will try to get a doggo cam incorporated into said layout. I don't think we'll quite have the new character art yet, but that'll be coming shortly thereafter. And maybe, depending on how my schedule goes, by then, all new alerts. But if not, they'll be coming soon too. And a few other things to spice up the interactions a little bit. Spectacle. So expect that. And yeah. And since how we finished on time today, let's see who else is on that we can actually raid out to. Wow. Legends of Adventurous. They got like 800 people watching them right now. I can remember when they were just starting off. Good for them.
I blame all their stuff that's happening with, well, Reels, Facebook Reels, and Shorts and TikToks.
Oh yeah, they've been killing it. They're everywhere.
Oh my god, I am addicted to watching them.
All right, well then I need you to start giving me some analytics of what they're doing right so we can start doing it.
Is,
Little animated scenes of things that have happened in their games.
is that the one where there's
That's
always the
Chuckles the
fucking
clown, yeah.
clown guy?
Yeah.
You and Dante crack up so hard that I'm just sitting there like, I guess you got to be at the table to get it. It's like,
Yeah, whatever they're doing it right for growth. So send me some pointers. We will head over to. I don't like the looks of that. Now we're gonna do it anyways. We'll see. I might regret this. How long have they been on? They've only been on for 16 minutes. Okay.
Go.
This is the one. So I appreciate everybody for hanging out. We are going to be heading over to Kathios, I think it is. They do have mature language, so like if you don't like that kind of language, you probably shouldn't be here. But just in case, that is one of the warnings they have, so I will relay that over too. And we'll be back next week. So thanks for hanging out. Bye.
But yeah, I've been enjoying a lot of Legend of Adventures.